Dear chess friends, welcome for live coverage of the last round here in Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. So it's 11th round today, and while there is almost no intrigue for the first place, still every player is looking to finish the tournament on a positive with a positive result. So this last game is of course pretty much important for them. Well, the round itself just has been started, and one hour earlier than all the rest of the round. While on our screen at the moment we can see Nafisa Mominova, a local player, who, well, already we can summarize a bit, showed a very convincing play, but not that convincing score. And actually in yesterday's round we saw that, well, exactly the way how she lost a lot of her games. I mean, from the very good position, just some disappointing mistakes. Well, so Nafisa Mominova is playing with Alexandra Kostyniuk. So let's speak a little bit about the situation before this last round. So Humpy Canero with 7.5 points in front of the rest of the field with greatest number of wins. Well, which is not surprising, of course. So 7.5 points, 6 wins, 1 loss on +5. Humpy Canero is, well, pretty much in charge for a second consecutive win of a Grand Prix leg. And well, it's going to be, well, if she manages to win, and okay, it won't be any surprise for me, and then it makes 2 first places for her, after only 2 legs of a Grand Prix, so that will be pretty tough performance to beat. Well, then it has clear second. So our runner-up is Indian as well, Harika Dranavali, after a win of a dramatic game against Mominova yesterday. Actually, if that game would finish logically in a draw, it looks pretty much like a draw throughout all the game, so that was roughly balanced. That would actually assure Canero the win before the last round, and still, after Harika's yesterday's win, still there is a chance. That our first place is going to be shared. Okay, then third and fourth are Bella Hotenashvili and Katerina Lagno. Made the draw yesterday against each other, and well, but almost an opposite display of those 2 players led to the same number of points. So Bella had 5 wins but 3 losses, and Katerina, till some certain moment, she was, well, probably the most solid player from the whole tournament. And okay, she lost 1 game eventually, but still, well, 3 wins, 1 loss, so on +2 in a share for a bronze. Okay, both Chinese players actually before the last round eventually equalized their number of points, so they are placed on 5th and 6th spot, Zhao Xu and Zhu Wenjun. Actually, during this tournament, Zhao Xu became number 4 in the world, if I'm not mistaken, on our live rating. Well, maybe not because of her brilliant play here, and she's still losing some little points, but her closest rival, Anna Muzachuk, lost a lot of points in some other tournament, and then Zhao Xu now is rated number 4 in the world. Well, so Zhao Xu and Zhu Wenjun places 5 and 6, then on clear 7th place with 50%, Olga Giria. And well, looking on Olga Giria's result, it's actually quite interesting. So she scored 1 point only, 3 losses and 2 draws against the upper part of the table, and the opposite +3, so 2 draws and 3 wins against the bottom part. Okay, then from 8 to 9, from 8 to 10, 3 players are in tie. Both ex-world champions Stefanova and Kostyniuk and Elina Danielian. All of them are on -1. And then 11th is Nafisa Muminova with 3 points, and 1.5 only go in the last place before this last round. And actually, okay, it's already clear it's going to be the last place for Gulishan Lakpaeva, although really she played a very well, she didn't play a good tournament, but she showed a very good play actually, and was, I mean, just it was a disappointment, her result, but not the play. Anyway, she wasn't very well prepared, as was suddenly replaced Victoria Chmelita. So it'll be like 5 days before the tournament or so. Okay, so what are our pairings for the last round? So we've already seen Muminova with Kostyniuk on our screen, so that's one of the pairs. Then it's going to be pretty tough for Harika, actually. It makes even Conero's task even easier. So Harika is playing black against Zhao Xiu. Then Bella Khotenashvili faces Antonetta Stefanova. Gulishan Lakpaeva is white against Katerina Lagno. Humpy Conero is black against Olga Gira. And then it's Ju in June, white against Elina Danielian. So let's then proceed to the games itself. And, well, definitely I'd start with Humpy. So Olga Gira with Humpy Conero. And well, d4. That Humpy has pretty classical opening repertoire. c4, e6. So it's once again Nimzo or Queen's Indian in case of knight f3. So knight f3, b6, g3, bishop b4 check. Okay, not the most popular, but quite playable as well. Bishop d2, so takes d2, bishop a6, b2, b3, castle short, bishop g2, d5, castle. So of course there is no point in taking the pawn because knight e5 is going to be played. Knight bd7, and white is to move. So eventually it looks like black's gonna play c5 next move. I mean, it looks very solid for black. Actually, after knight d7, maybe it's already a trap to take c4. Yeah, looks like, I mean, in case of knight c3, dc4 is definitely a trap. Yeah, might just... well, knight e5 maybe. Yeah, knight e5, then bishop a8. Yeah, so it's not that easy. Knight e5, knight is heading to c6, and rook is hanging. Yeah, maybe dc4 is not the move, but still shouldn't be that bad for black anyway. I mean, it's just a regular opening position. And well, what I wanted to say that it's, well, highly probable that black just gonna get c5 and exchange everything in a center with eventually a draw. The very solid continuation chosen by Humpy Conero. Then okay, we proceed to the next to the runner-up, Zhao Xiu with Harika Dronovali, d4, e6, c4. So Harika is also plays French against d4, so that means she's ready to start like that. e6 and d5, knight c3. And to be honest, it's the only move order when I'm not sure why you actually need e2, e7, e6. Because, well, it makes sense if on c4 you're planning to go with bishop b4, or even tricky b6 is a possibility. f5 as well, so then it might be useful to start with e6, but c4, d5, there's Well, I don't see much of a point here. Knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, and bishop e7. So calm and solid. Queen's gambit declined, with knight being already on f3, so not a lot of trouble I expect for black. But okay, Zhao Xu actually started to think as early as after move 4. Okay, moving further, then it's Bella Hotenashvili with Antonetta Stefanova. And okay, some Catalan was played. d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Still black is ready to play. Nimzon on knight f3, and black goes d5. So this time I think I already explained this one. So to avoid Carlsbad structure with knight ge2, once knight appears on f3, black is satisfied with d5. So g3, dc4, going to take the pawn. Bishop g2, knight c6, queen a4, so in this line this gambit doesn't work quite well for black. I mean, if white castles, then it's bishop d7, I guess, or rook b8. Yeah, rook b8 first. Rook b8, and black is saving in tempo on a7, a6, because sometimes there is a6, rook b8, b5. Yeah, rook b8 in case of e3, for instance. Black plays b5, defending the gambit pawn. Okay, it's still playable, but okay, white goes other way. Queen a4, bishop b4 check, so forcing bishop to step on d2, bishop d6, knight a3. So knight a3 is going to take on c4 with the knight, while black cannot keep this pawn on c4. Yeah, knight a3 actually has to be played straight away, because after, say, castle, knight a3, black is gonna have a6, and here knight a3, a6, white can still take with the knight, because b5, white has knight d6 with check. Although it might be still possible, so just cd6, and then, I don't know, queen goes somewhere, then bishop b7. Black's gonna have nice outpost on control on dark squares. Maybe we'll try to play knight a5 and use d5 and e4 squares. So, though it still might be better for white. Okay, knight a3, and black just simply castled. So knight c4, I guess black's just gonna give away the bishop from d6 by playing a6 once again, maybe. So trying to keep it solid. Castle, knight takes c4, and knight e4. So still looks fine for black, but it's, of course, it's just an opening moves. Gulishan Nakpayeva with Katerina Lagno. We proceed further. Okay, d4 was the first move of Nakpayeva. Knight f6, c4 is 6, and I guess Nakpayeva is one of a few who actually entered Nimzo Indian here in this tournament. Bishop b4, e3, castle, bishop d3, and I guess we all remember her game against Zhao Xu when she was completely winning but just missed some tactical opportunity to finish the game. d5, knight f3, c5, castle, then cd4, sorry, dc4 first, dc4, bishop c4, and b7, b6. So black is not playing cd4 till some certain point. Okay, queen e2, bishop b7, rook d1, and queen c8. So that's a current position here. Well, Yeah, I'm still wondering what's going to happen. I'm not sure if queen c8 is a really an appropriate move. Okay, well, perhaps after a3. Yeah, a3 is interesting, actually. a3 is interesting. Okay, if black takes, then, well, white will have a strong pawn center and two bishops. But that's not the case. Black may think of taking cd4, then after ab4 dc3 I'd offer well, as a possibility, a pawn sacrifice for white with knight d4, because, well, this one is rather unclear. Bishop, maybe even bishop f3. Okay, still I'm not sure if it works. Bishop f3. There is queen f3, by the way, right? So queen takes, knight c6, queen b7. It's hard to prove if black has enough compensation. Yeah, really hard to say. Yeah, I don't know, knight d5, maybe looking for repetition, but it's a bit too complicated. To bc3, but maybe it's not a must for black to play like that. Although still, I'm not sure about queen c8. But it looks like Katerina has prepared it. She didn't spend any minute, just an increment. Okay, a3, so maybe bishop a5 is actually a point here. Still some knight b5 is possible, okay. Anyway, queen c8 was played rather quickly, and Nakpai was thinking. Well, I don't know if it's true, but the officials to the site said that one of our games is just finished. How it's possible, I don't know. Yeah, the official site says Nafisa Muminova already lost, but it's hardly possible, I have to say. So it's something, must be some mistake with the transmission. So let's see that that's Muminova with Kostyuk, knight f3, d6, d4, cd4, knight d4, so Rauser Richter, knight c3, knight c6, so that's defined. This defines Rauser Richter variation. Bishop g5, e6, queen d2, a6, castle long, h6, bishop h4. Well, knight takes, okay, bishop h4, knight takes e4, and the official side says queen f4, 0, 1. Well, of which I'm actually not sure. First of all, queen f4 is hardly the move here, but okay, even though this might be better for black, but I'm not sure if white would resign straight away, so that must be some sort of a mistake here. That's pretty much surprising, but I really don't know. Actually, it looks like it's going to be a press conference, so well, it's just cut the news. Well, it's such an unbelievable story. So that was one of those games when you lose because of the mobile phone. Actually, I don't know how it could have happened, but Nafisa Muminova somehow managed to bring her mobile phone at the round, and then just the phone rang, and that was the end of the story, which is, well, quite surprising for such a high level tournament. And, well, so sorry for that, but this game is already finished. That's a bit of a surprise, I have to say. Well, we have one more game which we didn't examine so far, I guess. June with Elina Danielian. I don't know if it's going to be any press conference after this one, actually. I mean, after Muminova with Kostyuk. So knight f3, d5, c4, dc4. e3, knight f6. It's once again a game of Jew and June with Elina Danilian, while we show the flags of the participants in third, but still I have to proceed with the game just to cover it quickly. Bishop c4, e6. So basically what happens, it's okay, red opening, but this c4 makes it normally queen's gambit decline, so that's the best white can get, probably just switching to queen's gambit decline by e3. Knight f6, bishop c4, e6, d4. Now it's indeed queen's gambit. Oh, sorry, queen's gambit accept, of course. c5, castle, knight c6, and then this positional line with dc5. Although I'm not sure if it's the best against knight c6. As far as I remember, there's something else is played. Well, queen d1, rook d1, bishop c5, b3. So symmetrical in calm position, and not sure if white has any chance actually, because normally it's played without a knight on c6. Alright, so in this position on bishop e7, I guess, or on a6, this line exists, for example, a6, and then white takes c5, and to this take, bishop c5, bishop e2 is the move, if I'm not mistaken, trying to move the knight and put the bishop on a long diagonal. So that's normally a point of white's play. And here, after knight c6, I'm not quite sure, so it must be something else. So dc5, queen d1, rook d1, bishop c5, b3. Well, so that's a current position in June with Elina Danilian. Yeah, I have to say it's so surprising. I mean, this result in Mominova Kostyuk. Still, I can't believe my eyes. Took a game to finish in 20-25 minutes, a game of FIDE Grand Prix. Well, once again, switching to Shao Xu with Harika, which is one of the, of course, very important games of today. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, castle, e3, knight e4, so Lasker variation, and then bishop g3 is somewhat new for me to face Lasker in this way. So, I mean, it was supposed to be alright, but still looks, well, I'd say a bit strange. I mean, black is not even forced to take the bishop, which also has to be fine, but black is not even forced. Black can think of, I don't know, what actually happens after bishop b4. That's the question. And rook c1, let's say, c7, c5, trying to play it in the spirit of Ragozin or Nimtsa. So, not quite sure if it's okay for white. So looks like Shao Xu already starts experimenting, and maybe that will be a chance for Harika. Anyway, she's looking to win, at least to secure second place, which is of course a difference in prizes and as well in Grand Prix points. It's only first tournament for Harika, if I'm not mistaken, so she may still hope to win a couple of legs, and then it's going to be. So anyway, I mean, second place still counts. Yeah. Bella Hotenashvili with Antoanetta Stefanova one more time. So e2 e3 was played. So white is not in a hurry to capture the bishop, because he's, in the case if bishop eventually retreats, I mean, this knight is really not at its place, and okay, perhaps still something like a6 is the way to play here. Well, not the most classical approach to the Catalan with black, I have to say, but we are already used to the fact that Stefanova has her own vision on the opening theorem. Well, so that looks just the case here. Once again, Nakbayeva with Lagno, and Lagno is one of the pursuers, of course, here. Well, queen c8, a3, and then black's idea is revealed, so black actually takes on c3, takes d4, and then, well, I said there's going to be a bishop pair, but there is not actually. Bishop a6. So, and okay, still I'd say white is somewhat better in this resulting position, even after bishop a6 changing here and while developing the bishop. Might be something for white, but definitely not that much. The knight is a bit misplaced at the moment, but still looks like Katerina prepared the whole line after bishop a6. So still we shall see how it's going to develop. At the moment it's not that clear. Switching to the, well, a game of a leader, and the one which going to, well, at the moment has a destiny of the first place in her own hands. The knight bd7 actually was met with rook c1, and then c7, c5 followed, cd5 and knight d5 as was predicted. Humpy tries to keep it simple just by exchanging on c and d files, and it looks pretty okay for black. Don't see much of a trouble here. Well, okay, maybe white can still try to challenge black's knight, knight c3, and, well, to take with the rook, relying on somewhat more active position in the center. So his bishop is maybe slightly better placed compared to black ones. Well, so anyway, knight d5. e4 is, well, it's maybe not exactly the move you want to play. So e4 is probably met with knight f6, and e5, knight d5, then sure is a strong position of a knight on d5 here. So it's not clear if pawn is better on e5 than on e2. The knight c3 seems to be really an option here. Yeah, okay, this, once again, referring this result, it's just so surprising to see. Actually, she's, well, I mean, she's a well-experienced player, by the way. She played for a national team and so on, so it's pretty much disappointing, of course, and for her supporters as well. Well, not so much I can say about the opening stage here in all the remaining games. Well, let's check once again. Zhao Xu with Horika Dronova is still no move, but, well, I'm actually still wondering, is this bishop g3 a theoretical line or just a, well, just an improvisation? Well, what happens if black tries to keep it in spirit of Ragozin defense instead of Lasker variations, playing bishop b4 with the loss of a tempo, but as well white has lost some tempo with bishop g3, so I'm not quite sure if the rook c1, I assume, for example, and then c7, c5. So it's a question how to react for white. Because in case of bishop d3, for example, black may just take d4, take g3, I mean take everything here, bishop c4 and knight c6, and okay, maybe there is no point in bishop b4 then. Okay, maybe black just can, yeah, because seems after bishop d3 then black is not in time to use a weakness here on c3. Though it might be still the case, I mean, by taking this one, for example, playing queen, no, it's not good, queen a5, still white at least can take this and play knight d2. Well, it's going to be tricky position, but maybe better for white. No, okay, bishop g3, then maybe black just simply has to play c5 here, followed by knight c6, or even capture the bishop, which is actually the most tempting, I'd say. Capture the bishop, then try to, you know, c5 is okay. Will be c5 will be a pawn sacrifice, but I'm not sure if black doesn't have enough compensation. But also c6 is possible, of course. Something solid, c6, and well, in this g4 g5 attacks I don't really believe. Well, anyway, just the way to play. This bishop g3 shouldn't be really that dangerous for black. Okay, switching to Bella Hotenashvili with Antonetta Stefanova, and Bella is, well, has second best number of wins, so 5 wins but 3 losses. So quite a competitive style she shows here. Knight e4, e3, and bishop d7, of course. Yeah. And then in case of queen c2, for example, looks like, okay, knight is challenged on e4, so black's gonna have to take on d2, knight fd2, I assume. Then black may try to use white's well, I thought knight b4 is the move here, but maybe apparently not, because queen b3 and there are some certain problems. Yeah, maybe still it's not that easy for black. Okay, so knight is placed not in the best way here on c6. Bishop d7, yeah, queen c2 seems logical, definitely. Knight d2, well, there is a 5, but normally it's not clear where it leads. Yeah, this f7, f5. So once again, as been said, it's not by far not the most classical way to play Catalan with black. This check on b4 and bishop d6. Actually, I'm starting to remember, of course, yeah, knight d5 here is a theoretical move, and bishop d6, okay, it exists, of course, but knight d5, of course, is the main line with a lot of theory, and I guess at the present state of a theory, it's well, evaluates as a roughly equal. I believe all of the lines of Catalan are, but still you have to remember everything. Bishop d7, okay, and well, Bella Hotenashvili is thinking. Yeah, so once again switching to Kulisan Nakpaeva with Katerina Lagnon, bishop a6, white took on a6 and queen a6, of course, because with queens on the boards, somehow this bishop is more important. Let's say that having bishop versus knight is more important. Also, queen's gonna run under some tempo, I guess, on a c5, on a c-file, so still black will have to play queen b7 or so. Okay, queen a6. Then it's a question if white wants to keep the queen, so he has to lose a tempo, and it's not actually clear where to play the queen, so maybe just to take on a6, at least ensuring the knight's going to be misplaced for a little bit. Maybe that's the way to play. Well, I've recommended bishop d2 first, but then I think that after knight e4 it won't be that easy to get rid of this knight if white wants to keep the bishop, so white has to play bishop e1 and then rook c8. And well, this knight may be just standing here for a short while black's gonna develop the rooks. I mean, activate the rooks first, maybe doubling on c-file. So, well, a4 might be a possible plan. a4, rook b1, a5, yeah, using this bishop on e1 to defend f2, and then in this case not caring that much about the second rank. So apparently it's the way to play for white, to change queens and try to squeeze something out of this endgame. Okay, so Olga Gira with Hampikonero, and I can see another knight on a3 in this position, so Olga played knight a3, which is, I'd say, a bit of a surprise. So I'm really not sure where this knight is going. White had to be played on a3. Well, but frankly speaking, well, I don't see immediate way to equalize for black. So cd4, for example, is answered with knight d4, and it turns to be somewhat unpleasant. The knight is arriving to c6. So that's, of course, is not the way for black, I mean, to release the tension. But something like queen e7 or even rook c8 seems to be just fine. Actually, rook c8, don't see anything wrong, so I don't think Hump is gonna have any difficulties equalizing today, especially after knight a3. Although the move I recommended, knight c3, still it's not clear if white has something. So there is a, well, I'd say there is a possibility to play knight f6 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, takes, for example, and okay. This pawn is somewhat weak, but maybe black will have a compensation later. And knight d5 is just answered with queen d5, where e2 is hanging there. Well, the queen c2, yeah, queen c2, rook c8. Well, and still, black's dynamics has to be okay to keep him even chances. Well, the knight a3 was played anyway. I just wonder if Hump is still looking for a win. I mean, in this game, which we can't really say from the opening. So she's playing quite solid. But I mean, in a couple of moves, if Gira continues to play like that, I mean, knight a3, and well, she might. Well, Humpy might become aggressive, I have to say, because basically, of course, a draw means a win of a tournament. It shouldn't be against this draw, but anyway, we shall see. Zhu in Jung with Daniel Lian. Actually, quite a calm position here. The b3, king e7. I'd say eventually even black might be slightly better. b6, knight bd2, bishop b7, so it's almost symmetrical, but black's king is closer to a center, so that means, well, in the endgame, of course, it's nicer to have king closer to a center, but of course it's very well supposed to be just equal, I'd say. So I'm really very calm and quiet, and don't expect something really spectacular here. Okay, meanwhile in Zhao with Dronavali, Harika actually played the move I mentioned, bishop b4, trying to indeed do a damage to white structure. Now, I just thought maybe that's the point of Harika's play, rook c1, and then, well, I'm not sure if it has to be c6 or c5. Well, actually queen c2 was played, so it makes it different. Well, okay, queen c2. So, what to do for black still? I'm not sure if this bishop b4 is the good idea. Somehow I just transmitted it to Harika, but, well, that's nice about being commentator and not a player. You can change your move. So after queen c2, well, let us try c5, for instance. White's gonna play bishop d3, challenging this knight, so black has to decide on something. And then, okay, let's say knight g3, for instance, gives white some chances, maybe. ed4, perhaps. Yeah, maybe this is not that dangerous. ed4 takes c4, and knight c6, and still white is far away from using semi-open h-file. Yeah, so queen c2, c5. So maybe in this terms, rook c1 would have been better than queen c2. Well, and not a lot of moves. Still, as okay, I mentioned, I guess already a few times that guys somehow in an opening stage they are not that much in a hurry. Switching to Gulisan Nakbaeva with Katerina Lagno, actually a game on our screen, and Gulisan has different opinion about the queen's exchange, so she played queen a2, keeping the queens even at the cost of a tempo. But then black has to be just okay, and well, I'm actually a bit surprised black played knight d7, because I thought knight c6 would be a move to play. Maybe getting knight to a5 c4, and the other white, the other one possibly to d7 to guard d5. Anyway, so take queen a2 and knight b d7. Well, maybe black's gonna look for b5 and knight b6, knight c4 lately. Bishop d2, rook c8 perhaps, I don't know which rook, maybe fc8. But as long as white cannot set a pair of pawns in the center, as long as white cannot promote e3, e4, black seems to be just okay. So bishop d2. Yeah, and apparently Katerina is very well prepared, and she still spent just a couple of minutes to get to move 16 here. Okay. Well, so not a lot of development of those moves, of those games. Okay, once again Olga Gira, knight a3 and rook c8. Yeah, that's right. Just as we stated, Humpy chooses a way to keep attention. Rook c8. And well, if white wants to those pawns on d4 and c5 to be exchanged, white has to take herself. Well, not sure what it meant. I mean, this knight a3. The knight c4 perhaps, and then it's a question what to do. cd4 for example, knight d4, and even if black plays something like knight c5, I thought, but maybe not the best idea. Okay, if black is giving away the bishop, that might be possible, but somehow white seems to be better, because black is not in time to defend a7 properly. So if pawn moves, then it leaves black with some weaknesses, so maybe it's still not that easy. Yeah, actually knight c4 was just played, so knight is heading to d6. The queen e7 then seems to be a decent move here to try. Queen e7 intending rook d8. Now black has to be perfectly fine. So few more moves being played in the game of Bella Khotenashvili with Antonetta Stefanova. So after bishop d7, white indeed played his queen to c2. Knight d2 and knight fd2 has been mentioned. That's the way to proceed for white. Actually, maybe white doesn't want to take the bishop on d6 at all. Instead, white has to fight, of course, against e5 and c5 breaks. So just curious if e5 is not the case straight away here. But that would be, of course, a bit of a relief for black. Yeah, might be just the case actually. Yeah, if white takes, then bishop takes e5. Case of knight e5. Knight e5 leaves black with some weaknesses here, although black doesn't seem to lose a pawn, but apparently might be some weakness. Maybe even bishop b7 is possible. Well, okay, so bishop e5. So in case of bishop takes, it's bishop takes c6. And if white takes on e5, Then knight e5 and bishop b7 seems to be, well, at least dubious, I'd say. There is rook b8, for example, and then in case of bishop e4, okay, bishop is pretending to g2, then rook b2 is available, but maybe even strong. Yeah, rook b2, if queen takes it's knight d3, but maybe even stronger would be bishop b5. And, well, white cannot castle short, and castle long already looks suspicious, to say the least. Yeah, probably castle long also is not sufficient. Yeah, at least check and knight f2. So e5 is definitely an option, but Antonetta decided to play a5. Don't know if it changes it pretty much, because a5 might be just answered with a3, covering b4 square. Then basically a5 supposed to support the knight on b4. Right, in case of a castle, for example, then maybe knight b4, and if queen's removed, then bishop c6 or something. Yeah, but after a5, a3, still black has to decide what to do. Well, some pawns in a game of Chu and Jung with Elina Danielian, still the same practically symmetrical position here from the queen's gambit accepted. Bishop b7. Yeah, and as I said, it might be actually black who is better here. So I'd say white has to be a bit careful, because, well, it's still of course a draw, but well, still of course an equal position. But if you're looking for a draw too much, and then it comes to a symmetrical position, so one may start playing a bit careless. Well, actually, just wonder if bishop f6 is not an idea here. Yeah, that's maybe why Ju and Jun is thinking. So bishop f6 in case of king f6. At least there'll be a weak pawn on c5, and after, say, rook dc1, so just to not to exchange a pair of rooks, but to use both rooks, rook dc1, maybe this one is going to be a bit weak. And then in case of g f6, well, it comes to the other story, of course, because on knight e4 black has bishop a3, and this bishop apparently is very strong. So then we can try to improve it on this idea by playing a3, and if black is careless to play a5, which is actually a tempting move, I'd say, then bishop takes f6, g f6, knight e4 might be some try to get an advantage for white. Well, black can actually just thought maybe black can play in a tactical way in knight e5, knight e5, and bishop e4. Although even f e5 is not that bad. Takes. Since knights are gone, that the bishop on b7 is very strong, and apparently white won't be able to use the weakness on c5. But anyway, position doesn't offer much of the ideas here, especially with the knight being on d2, so a bit strange place for a knight. Basically what white want to look is actually something like bishop f6, knight e4, combination of those moves. Well, okay, we shall see it later. So Xu with Harika, let's try to reveal the idea after Harika's bishop b4. So bishop b4, queen c2, c5, bishop d3 indeed was played, then cd4 first. But it might as well just lead to our position, cd4, ed4, and then actually something like, Now knight c6 drops a pawn. Well, there is still a possibility to take g3, of course. Yeah, taking g3, c4, and knight c6, or immediate knight c6, which is another option. But then perhaps c5 has to be checked properly. Yeah, c5. Maybe black has e5 here. Or queen f6, which is actually quite ambitious because black is trying to attack d4, but then a3, and still black's gonna have to take. Well, no, e5 seems to be good enough. So de5 and simple bishop c5, for example. Now black has this isolated pawn on d5, but the pieces are fine. I mean, there's a pair of bishops, and king looks relatively safe here on on g8. So, well, so far so good for Hurricane. cd4. I mean, it's roughly equal already, but still not a dead draw, and of course she's looking for a chance to win here. Well, Bella Hotenashvili decided she wants this position to be played without a2, a3, and just castle short, where black has to actually to demonstrate the meaning of last a7, a5 move. So knight b4, which was my assumption to justify a7, a5 idea, then probably white can try queen b3. Okay, maybe a5 is the point, a4 is the point, and then queen has to leave. I mean, queen c3 is knight d5, and if queen d1, so at least knight on b4 is not hanging then. And okay, black can maybe, well, even play rook b8 eventually. Eventually preparing b7, b5. Yeah, still not. Yeah, okay. Actually, knight b4 was played, but still not sure about this way to play Catalan, because that's normally what white wants: slight pressure and practically no risk. Well, Ju and June just made a move, and she found a bit of a different idea to play knight to e1, so rook h d8. Maybe still somehow white can try with bishop e2, and then intending knight d3, knight c4 to get a pair of bishops. So I'd say rook c8, for example, which is probably not the best move, but just an option. Okay, knight d3, bishop d6, knight c4. It becomes a bit annoying, because if bishop is moved, then bishop a3, king has to go to e8. I mean, somehow it's not that much convenient for black, even after bishop. Okay, bishop f3, it might be b7, b6, b5. Actually, b5 is sort of a threat here. Well, we shall see it later. Anyway, rook h d8. Well, and here it comes to the moment when I actually am planning to have a first break, as it's already an end of first hour of play. It's quite surprising we had this first result of a round, but okay, finally we got an explanation. So that was about the mobile phone. Well, so let's check all the games quickly. It's a Ju in June, that's a present position, and still I believe this one to be roughly equal. Then Zhao Xiu with Harika, CD4, ED4, not a big surprise so far, we've seen it already. Bella Hottenas really against Stefanova, and Bella played Queen B1, which is a bit mysterious to me, I have to say. So just wonder if, I mean, which way Black's gonna defend on B7. Maybe Black just wants to play Bishop C6, not sure. Kangulis Hannak-Paiva with Katerina Lagno. Queen A2, Rook FC8 was a Black's move, and Queen B1, so one more move with the Queen, then preparing E3, E4, though it's still not clear if it's the best one. Yeah, maybe perhaps just planning to lift the Rook and put it somewhere. No. So E4 and Rook A2. Two possible ideas. Yeah, well, E4 itself is not that nice, by the way. If, let's say, if Black just plays Rook C7, which is a modest move in order to double the Rook, then in case of E4, still Black continues with Rook C8, and then it's not clear where this pawn is going. So now Black is already has prepared Rook C2, and in some case Queen E2 might be an option for Black. So I'm not quite sure if this Queen A2 Queen B1 maneuver was the proper one. Perhaps White should have still changed the queens. And the last game remaining before we actually gonna have a break. Knight C4, so instead of Queen E7, Knight 5 F6 was played. So Humpy decided to remove this knight, just not to run under some tempo. And Olga Gira played Queen B2. Then it becomes an interesting question if Black can continue like that. CD4, then I expect White to take with the knight and then give the bishop away, which assures, of course, a nice placement of a knight on c5, but somehow Black also has some weaknesses here. So there are possibilities of knight c6 or knight b5, rook d1, knight d6. So it looks a bit tricky, this bishop c4 and knight c5 line. So queen b2, first hour of play is over. Everybody thinking, so I guess we are coming back in 10 minutes after a break. And one more time, I have to remind you, one of our games is already over, so for two players the tournament is already over. Still not sure about the placement of Alexandra Kostyniuk in the final cross table, and Nafisa Muminova takes 11th place, that I can already tell you. Okay, so we are off for a break and coming back in 10 minutes. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Last round of a Women's FIDE Grand Prix in progress, and we are back on air to cover the second hour of play. Well, I'd like to start once again with a game of a leader of this tournament, Hampi Kunero, who is black against Olga Giria. So that was the position we actually left. Well, I hope it's going to appear on your screen in a couple of seconds. Yeah, so that was the position of Olga Giria with Hampi Kunero. Well, Queen B2, and exactly it went like the way I've been predicting. So CD4, Knight D4, and Bishop C4. So I'm just wondering what Hampi is planning to do on. Because, well, Knight C5 has been said. Okay, the knight is well placed, but on the other hand, some possibilities left for black as well. For white, pardon, so some possibilities left for white. Well, I'd say Knight B5 is one of the options, definitely, where black has to play Queen E7. Yeah, in case of A6, for example, I've just spotted a tricky Knight A7, which seems to win a pawn for white, because Rook B8 is not possible because of Knight C6. So, well, maybe Rook A8 is possible, I just thought. Yeah, that might be the case, yeah. Rook A8, Bishop A8, Queen A8, and then Queen B6 is answered with Knight D7. Ah, well, and there is Queen C7 and C8 is controlled. No, so this is not possible for black. So Knight A7, Rook B8 runs under the double attack from C6, and Rook C7, Queen takes B6, wins a pawn from white. Yeah, so it's definitely not the case to proceed, but Queen E7 seems to be just sound. Rook D1, Rook D8, keeping D6 defended, and then okay, still not sure what's gonna happen after Queen A3. Well, Giria took on C4 with the Rook actually, which won't change the position, I believe, because I mean the structure still black has to take. If black doesn't take on C4, then after white's knight arrival to C6, well, it will be somewhat better for white. So I guess Rook C4 is the way to proceed. Rook C4, BC4, and still Knight C5 seems to be likely the move to play. Yeah, Knight C5 eventually. Yeah, it's not that easy where to put black's queen actually, so white okay, Rook D1 is a move under the pin. Yeah, Rook D1 is not possible because of E5, there is a pin here, and otherwise if white defines the position of his knight too early, let's say Knight B5 is met with Queen E7 and Knight C6 with Queen C7. So both are seemingly fine for black. Still not sure, of course, but yeah, it's hard to imagine white succeeding here. Knight B5, Queen E7, and something like Rook D1. Yeah, that might be a possibility, but actually it seems like white's gonna play with fire if he decides to take the pawn on A7, because after check, Bishop F1, and you know, one of the knights jumps to E4. Black seems to be just too active. I don't know, Knight E4 for instance, Queen B6, and well, H6. So threatening Knight D2, threatening Queen E1 as well. So it will be too risky for white, apparently. So BC4 and Hampi thinking, and we are proceeding further to the game of Chu in June with Elina Danilian. So Queen's Gambit accepted. Well, I still wonder why they call it a Queen's Gambit, because no one seems to win a pawn with black, even though if they accept the gambit. So it has to be renamed, in my opinion. Okay, HD8, Bishop E2, indeed. Yeah, and then black plays a prophylactical king f8 just to be able to hide the bishop. So knight d3, bishop e7, and rook c1. Still, position looks pretty much equal. I don't know, rook c8 comes into my mind. Rook c8, then on, okay, bishop is not moving. Bishop from e2, I want to play bishop f3, but, well, on knight c4, for example, black may just come up with another exchange, this, like, knight b4, bishop b4, and, well, it looks just equal. So don't know if white can claim any advantage here. So that's the current situation. Rook a c1, and, well, a roughly even situation on the clock as well. Well, just slightly less than 1 hour, a little bit less than 1 hour for Danielian, and exactly 1 hour on the clock of June at the moment. Okay, Zhao Xu as white against Harika Dronavali. One of the games which are pretty much important for medals. Still, I don't see Conero losing today, so that's gonna mean she's going to take first place if she's not losing. But of course, Harika, who is clear second at the moment, of course her game is very important to define the places on the pedestal. So ed4 was the last move. So cd4, ed4, last position we saw here. Then black takes g3, takes c4, plays knight c6, rook d1, and bishop d7. So, well, black looks, as been said already, black looks pretty solid, and eventually may hope to even to become slightly better because of two bishops. So, well, the main question goes actually what to do after the castle, because d5 is, well, sort of a threat to break with d5 and obtain a strong knight on d5 eventually. So just wonder if black has to play knight e7 or so. Oops, no, not knight d4. Let's say in case of rook c8, d5. Yeah, the bishop c3 is not possible because of dc6. No, it looks not that easy for black. So if black takes, then knight takes, and okay, white may still have some sort of a pressure here. So I'm not sure though. Knight a5 just spotted, then knight b4 and rook c4 perhaps. Maybe it's still just equal immediately. Okay, bishop d7, and to be honest, I don't see anything better than castle for white, of course, so looks pretty logical. I don't know if g4 is the try here, so like g4, g5, but it seems, well, quite risky to be honest. Okay, g4, g5, black is not reacting, and when white is taking h6, black's gonna play g6. So this way white wins the pawn but loses a couple of tempi. So let's try to figure out if black has something to do during those two moves. Okay, g4, let me try g4, and actually there is bishop e7, which seems to be more or less comfortable for black, stopping g4, and well, and d5 for example. After d5 we may see an interesting queen sacrifice. ed5, knight d5. Yeah, perhaps there are some other options, but even the straightforward bishop g4, knight f6, bishop f6, rook d8, rook a d8 should be sufficient for black, because okay, white has to castle, otherwise after rook e8 black's gonna be just better. So say white castles and then bishop f3. Okay, maybe still black is simply better. I mean, with such a centralization here, and already rook, knight, and a pawn for the queen, and as well as somewhat weakened structure of white's. So this apparently seems to be just good for for black. So g4. Nevertheless, g4 was the move of Zhao Xu. So I just wonder if Harika is gonna play bishop e7 or something else. Yeah, this game we expect to be quite tense today, as of course Harika is still has a hope to win this one, and well, and she's rooting for Olga Gira to overtake Hampi Conero, of course. Well, Antonetta Stefanova versus Bella Hotenashvili. So it's been a while since we last been to this game. So we saw Queen B1 and Bishop C6 was a move. Knight E4, B5, Knight CD2, F5, and well, it might be just black missed A2, A3. I'm not quite sure what have happened, because okay, black played knight a6. I'm not sure if it was ever needed, and knight d5 was still an option, but maybe there was something with knight d5. Oh well, in this case white could have played queen c2 first, attacking the bishop, and if bishop is moved then knight c5, getting a nice control on over c5. Black is practically forced to take, queen takes. Then eventually the other knight is coming to e5. Yeah, so those two outposts normally well, secures white an advantage. The a3, knight a6, and then knight f6. So black's supposed to take with something, I don't know, queen f6 for instance, bishop c6, rook b8, I guess. And then it's going to be about keeping the bishop on c6. Although it's queen d3, so I'm not sure at all if it's sufficient for black. So queen d3 and pawn seems to be lost. Don't know if rook f6 makes any difference. So knight f6. Yeah, looks like Stefanova already misplayed the position. Bishop c6, rook p8, queen d3. Still I don't see the way to defend the pawn. Well, yeah, that looks quite unpleasant, because after bishop b5 as well the knight is hanging. So it looks like, well, I don't know. Yeah, looks this knight a6 was really unlucky. This one, a3, knight a6, because after knight f6 looks clearly better for white. At least my opinion is like that. Okay. Gulizan Nakpaeva versus Katerina Lagano. So queen b1 we saw, queen a4 was the move. Heading to c2 probably. Well, apparently with the queen, just to swap the queens and not letting white to asset the center here. Rook a2 and rook c4. And I'd say black is already black looks already a bit better, because, well, not so easy to find places for all white pieces, and, well, e4 just fails to knight e4, and rook on d1 is hanging. The queen attacks the rook. Yeah, white has to regroup in some way, but it's really not that easy to say how to do that. Actually, black may think about playing knight e4 anyway, even though without capturing the pawn. Yeah, somehow this queen a2, queen b1 idea looks suspicious, and that was still better just to change queens, and possibly black would have still some problems to solve. Well, okay, then coming back to June with Elina Danilian, and rook ac1 was met. Instead of rook ac8, black played rook d7, which might be logical, by the way, because knight on d3 is not really doing well. So it would be nice to disturb it with rook d8. So might come to I mean, massive exchanges after, say, knight c4, rook d8, knight e5, for example. So knight on d3 is not that stable anymore, and knight e5 seems like a good idea. And then black just gonna swap all the rooks and the knights, and it's practically a dead draw already. Not a lot of hope for each side. So rook d7 seems to be just a nice solid move to keep the position equal. So far, summarizing the results of the opening, let's say. So far, okay, it wasn't really a game in Muminova Kostyuk, but it's already finished. For those who just joined us, I have to remind that Nafisa Muminova lost on a mobile phone after 10 moves only. Then Bella Hotenashvili seemed to have a nice advantage against Antonetta Stefanova, so that's a present situation here. Knight f6 check. Yeah, still, I don't know. I don't even see the way to fight to keep this pawn defended. The pawn on b5. The rook f6, bishop c6. And might be, well, I don't know. I mean, those kingside attacks is not really, well, it's hard to believe. I mean, anything with rook h6 or so, because all the pieces are pretty far away. Rook b8, which is logical, and then queen d3, and I don't see the way to defend b5. Rook b6, bishop takes b5. Yeah, so white has an extra pawn and positional advantage as well. Yes, a pretty depressing opening results for Antonetta Stefanova. Then it's really a complicated battle in Zhao Xuvi's Harika Dronavali. So here on your screen, g4, and Harika just played bishop e7. So actually the line we mentioned might be just played in this game. So to d5, ed5, knight d5. Black may go for a queen sacrifice with bishop g4, then knight f6, rook d8, rook d8, and getting eventually the very attractive position with knight d4. And okay, actually those bishops of opposite colors are also favorable for black, because white's bishop doesn't seem to be that useful in defending dark squares here. But maybe actually black has something better than that, because I just spotted queen a5 check, for instance. Yeah, there is queen a5 check as well, and it's hard to say if what's better for white. G4, bishop e7, perhaps d5 is not really an idea, but then it comes to the question what to do with white. 'Cause it's hard to imagine white succeeding in playing g5. It might be something with d5 is, yeah, although it's typical idea of course here, but maybe not in this particular one. Queen e4 followed with bishop d3. That might be actually the point of white's play. Queen e4, intending to play bishop d3 and to use this diagonal. Yeah, because the knight is a little bit too far. So normally knight gets to f6, so maybe knight b4 then in this case is the move for black. And then on a3, black has intermediate bishop c6, driving the queen away from the diagonal, and then eventually putting the knight on d5. That is the possible continuation. Well, white started with a2, a3. Still black has to find the proper reaction against queen e4, bishop d3, which now becomes a threat. Or bishop a2, bishop b1, by the way. So maybe it becomes difficult for black in actual fact, and then I'm starting to doubt this bishop d7 move. a3, and then bishop a2, bishop b1. Yeah, one of the nice options for white. Yeah, a3 is just a nice move, multi-purpose move, although, well, perhaps. No, it's just important to defend b4. Let's put it like that. Yeah, it seems like still black can play. Okay, rook c8 was played, and then I wonder what to do after bishop a2. Because I thought rook e8 could have been an idea. Then in case of bishop a2, bishop f8 might be the move. Well, but then g5 comes, yeah. The rook c8, Harika is looking for a counter-attack, but after bishop a2, yeah, that threat is obvious actually. Bishop p1 and then g6, rook h6, once again threatening g6. So it's not that easy. Maybe black has to play g6 at once. At least, I mean, in this case, black is losing the pawn, but getting a couple of tempi, and maybe will be able to find counterplay. Yeah, maybe that's an idea of Harika Dronavali. Because otherwise, I'm not pretty sure how to defend against this direct threat of bishop b1 and queen h7 mate. Though maybe it's not that thing. I just thought, okay, rook e8, bishop here and bishop f6, and is there any clear way to proceed? Well, g5 in this case. Yeah, g5, if bishop takes, then there will be a couple of checks and taking g7 eventually. I know. Yeah, okay, taking g7, yeah, queen is escaping, queen h7, so of course with king on e7 is not the position you're dreaming about. And of course g5, hg5 fails to nice trick, rook h8 first and then mate on h7. So bishop a2 I expect white to play in this position, and starts to be rather tricky, but I guess Harika is happy with the scenario of this game, because definitely she's gonna have her chance as well. Okay, then Hotenashvili with Stefanova for one more time. Knight f6 was taken with the queen, then bishop c6, rook a7. So Donata decided to give this pawn immediately. Then possibly on bishop b5. Yeah, bishop b5 looks just perfectly sound. Then possibly on bishop b5 she's gonna try to get some compensation on the queen side with other rook to b8, maybe, or just c7, c5. Yeah, maybe c7, c5 is not that bad after all. dc5, bishop c5. But anyway, white has an extra pawn and everything's defended. Even this f7, f5 is not normally the move you'd like to play, because, okay, I have to say queen a2, a tricky queen a2, this weakness on e6 starts to tell. Well, all in all looks still just like a extra pawn for white after bishop takes b5. So apparently something went wrong right from the opening stage. Well, okay, Nakpayeva with Lagno, rook c4, rook e1 was played, because we already admitted rook was hanging on d1 in almost all the lines, and after rook c8, rook c8, not d8, and then queen d3. So let me cut, instead of changing the queen on move 15, white had a chance to change queen. Instead she played 1, 2, 3 moves with her queen, and now I believe white is looking for a queen's exchange, by the way. Yeah, still something like rook c2 is possible, and yeah, rook c2 is possible, and I don't know if white has something better than just to take. Well, maybe queen a6 in this case. But okay, queen a6, knight e4. Still, black's initiative shouldn't be underestimated, and of course rook c2 is just one of the options, of course. Well, all in all, looks better for black anyway. Queen d3. Yeah, but it's not that easy to proceed. And apart from rook c2. Actually, maybe white is still looking for e3, e4. So rook c2 maybe is just in time to change, I mean, to simplify the position. Well, Gulisan spends significantly more time than her opponent, so she has 38 minutes left, while Katerina still has more than 1 hour. And again, we have to admit it. Well, the opening stage didn't went so well for a Kazakh player. Switching to Olga Gira with Hampi Conero, the knight c5 was played indeed. Then knight c6 and queen c7. So queen c7. So if black is gonna manage to get rid of this knight, I mean to change this knight for well, just exchange the knight, that black's gonna be just better, I guess, with this stable knight on c5. Because, well, bishop might seem like covering the whole long diagonal, but there aren't any targets there. So what black is looking to is knight fe4. So I'd say on rook d1, for example, knight fe4 definitely seems to be an option. Then white's knight just has to go away. Yeah, it's not that easy. Okay, there might be something with queen a3 actually, at least forcing this pawn to move. Then after, say, a7, a6, playing the rook to b1, hoping to get pressure on b6. But still, even after knight fd7, for example, black looks perfectly solid, so everything's defended, both pawns on a6 and b6 are defended, and okay, queen a3 was just played, by the way. So after a6, I'd say rook b1, knight d7. Once again, everything's defended, and it's hard to imagine white succeeding in progressing on the queen side. Somehow black is very compact here. The rook is still out of play for a moment, but still I don't see how to make progress for white. Queen a3, well, Hampi prefer a5 instead. They're not covering b5 square, but pawn is defended itself on a5, with the other one being still possible to defend from d7, or just to play knight e4. Well, actually in this case knight e4 will be a terrible blunder, I just understood. So bishop e4, knight e4, knight e7 and knight g6. Yeah, that's a refutation of knight fe4. Well, okay, rook a b1, and Olga Gira is thinking, well, Hampi has slightly less time, 14 minutes on her clock, but should be perfectly enough for this position. It's not that complex after all. Once again to Ju and June with Elina Danielian, so 2 more moves from our line we discussed was played, knight c4 and rook a d8. Actually the girls are on our screen. Well, I'm trying to figure out if there is anything apart from this massive exchange on e5. Well, white can try to play f2, f3, bring in the king, and okay, I mean trying to prove she really has something. Yeah, maybe that's the way to play, because on knight b4 there is knight ce5, and maybe those rooks are a bit uncomfortable here on d file. Yeah, it looks so. Yeah, so f3 might be definitely a way to fight for a little bit longer, because at least black cannot simplify the position by force. So f3 intending e4. And so this knight, as long as white keeps it defended, may just work. Well, so knight b4, knight c5, and the main trick is that on knight d3, white's gonna take on d7 with the check. So rook a d8, and well, Zhu Wenjun is thinking here. Well, Harika with Zhao Xu, rook c8, bishop a2, rook e8 was a game of Harika Dronavali. So I just wonder what's gonna be played on bishop b1. See if there is anything. Okay, because we've mentioned already this line with bishop f6, which is yeah, bishop a2, rook e8. Then white is to move, so bishop b1 for example, and then what we can say, g6 is fairly dubious. No, it's maybe not dubious, maybe just lost after rook takes h6, because rook g6 seems to be a threat then. Yeah, should win this one, so bishop f8 for example, rook g6, queen g6, knight g5. Well, still not sure. Yeah, that's queen f6 and maybe nothing. Yeah. But okay, it's nobody forces you to take actually on g6, so rook might be just retreated somewhere. Though in this case e5 may become an idea, because actually this way black has organized her pieces in a very harmonical way. Yes, and especially on rook h3 for example, e5 is just a great. Yes, it's absolutely unclear then. Yeah, rook e8, maybe not even bishop b1, but just to play king f1 safely. Yeah, so the most tense game of today's round, I'd say. Rook e8. Bishop b1, which is tempting, but possibly just doesn't work. So no, not bishop f6, but g6, rook h6, but there is bishop f8. Yes, so let's maybe check one more time. So we are taking there, maybe giving a check first. Yeah, giving a check first, for example, king f8. Yeah, there might be something with knight h4, but I mean not a trivial one, at least. Not a trivial one. So queen f6 for example, check to g6, king f7, and well, even I don't see a perpetual after. Yeah, there isn't any perpetual after knight e4. Yeah, perhaps knight e4. Yeah, that's a nice one. Queen h6, knight g6, king f7, check there, king goes to f6, and still hard to say if white has anything decisive. Ah, well, there is g5 winning a queen. Yeah, right. g5, and in any case, if king g5, it's check on f7. If queen g5, it's check on e4 back. Yeah, knight e4. Yeah, maybe queen f6 is not possible. So that will be, I guess, critical assessment. Critical for assessment of the position after bishop b1, g6, rook h6. Well, I mean, if not, then after bishop f8, black is just perfectly safe. So rook h6, bishop f8, and if rook g6 works, and then this line is not acceptable for black, that makes white's position after bishop b1 practically winning, because the other line we've mentioned, bishop f6, is also pretty dubious for black after g5. The 8g5, rook h8 was already said, I guess. Yeah, rook h8 and mate here. And on bishop g5, this active king on e7 is not something you're dreaming about. So even number of pawns, and definitely so won't last for long. I mean, this one, so king f1 and then d5 apparently. Yeah, bishop f6 exists in theory, but white just doesn't have to take on h6, after which rook h8 is the case, but instead white moves the queen. I'm not sure if h7 or g4 is the proper square, but well, definitely white is better. Well, rook e8, and white is calculating her 18 moves here. 18th move, Zhao Xu with Sarika Dronavali, so that was the game we were discussing for such a long. Well, back to Bella Hotinashvili with Antonetta Stefanova. So Bella won the pawn eventually. Bishop takes b5, c5 followed, and Bella found knight c4 once again. Intermediate move. Yeah, at the moment looks pretty terrible for Stefanova, because I don't see much of a counterplay, to be honest. There seems like black is, well, black might lose another pawn as well. Well, bishop c7 was played. So now in case of bishop a6, rook a6, dc5, at present moment white's gonna have two extra pawns, and of course the main threat is to play b2, b4 to make them connect passed pawns. So white is almost forced to play a5, a4, and still it looks rather bad for black, even with the simple b2, b4, and getting rid of this pawn, or well, and possibility of having something better in this position is not excluded as well. So far looks like the second game, which is quietly predictable today. Gulishan Nakpayeva with Katerina Lagno, nothing really happens. After queen d3, both sides make some luft for the king. h6, h3, and still Katerina has to decide about her next move, about her plans here. Well, so I'm not sure why actually black doesn't play rook c2. So perhaps because of this line. So no, not queen c2 of course, but something with queen a6. So let's try to calculate it carefully. I don't know. Knight e4, queen takes a7. Then if knight d2, then queen d7 takes gf3. So that's okay for black. Okay for white, but perhaps okay for black as well. I mean, there is a check and queen f5 here and there. So these weak pawns are becoming targets, and eventually black might just have enough counterplay here. Well, or it might be about some slow plan with a5, b5, b4. It's just a question if white has something to come up with. So let's say a5 first, then in case of white's e4, black just plays b5, then intending b4, maybe b4, b3, using the pin of this rook. So that's highly possible as well. Anyway, h3 and black to move at the moment. Well, moving further to the game of a leader. Once again, Olga Kiria with Hampi Conero, knight a5 with Thor, rook d1 and knight fd7. So practically ensuring that, okay, maybe not an exchange of knights, but at least driving this knight away from c6, because at the moment black wants to play knight e5, and even if white controls e5 with queen c2, queen b2, let us say, there is knight b8 available, and after knight d4, Rook comes to d8. Black doesn't have any problem whatsoever. Because really, so far, it's not clear how to use this bishop from g2. The rook fd7, and our leader seems to be perfectly fine here. And okay, she's actually a bit shorter on time, but still half an hour should be enough to play this relatively simple position. So, well, June eventually played f2, f3, the line we mentioned, and black went for knight e8, which is just okay probably. Then black gonna offer an exchange of a bishop, so it's bishop f6 and bishop e7 back in case of bishop a3. So still hard to imagine white succeeding in proving any advantage. For example, king f2 is entered with bishop f6, and if check, then just bishop e7 back. Yeah, and then, well, e4 is a possibility, at least to have e5 on bishop f6, but looks rather double-edged. Knight d4, bishop f1 perhaps. Then okay, then white may have hopes to get to e5. Now knight e5 is a threat, but of course black should be able to parry the threat with maybe f6 even. Maybe f6 even, eventually e5. So shouldn't be a problem for black anyway. f3, knight e8, king f2. So continuing safe way. So after bishop f6, I guess one of the pieces want to be changed, and well, that basically is gonna lead lately to exchange of rooks, and well, still I don't expect much of exciting events in this game. Still, it looks like being drawish. Zhao Xu with Harika Dronabali, and indeed Zhao played bishop b1, and surprising move from Harika. f7, f5. Yeah, which is quite logical actually. So just for some reason forgot about this option. f5, why not, especially with the rook being on e8, white's king being in the center. It's hard to believe black's going to be able to use e5 square, although white still has a castle option. Well, that changes the case a bit. Yeah, castle. Can hardly imagine this pawn to be taken. Yeah, I have to castle. White's supposed to be better, I guess. Castle, rook fe1, you know, pressure on e6. Rook fe1 eventually, and possibly even coming back with the bishop to a2 back. So not that easy. Still, knight on c6 is not the best piece ever for destruction. So knight has to be blocking the pawn on d5 normally. Well, we shall see. So f5, that's current position here, while I'm off for another 10 minutes break. Well, we used to do so, right? At the end of each hour, so coming back in 10 minutes, and well, seemingly no one's gonna finish till that time. And somehow today we don't even have really a time trouble, so it's more or less clear. Well, so far I'd say Stefanova has the worst position from the ones remaining, but still a lot of game is still left there. So, well, coming back in time. Welcome back once again for a live coverage of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. That's the last round, and well, we are back on air to cover third hour of play. Well, once one game is finished, three still being in progress. Well, let's check how our leader is fighting today. Olga Kira as white is playing Humpy Kuneru, and Humpy Kuneru of course is the leader of the tournament. Tonight FD7 we just saw, so let me bring you the board just a second. Yeah, knight FD7 we saw, and as been said, so knight is heading on E5, but as well knight B8 is on the black's mind, and that's exactly what happened after queen E3, black played knight B8. So still seems to be pretty comfortable for black, so knight D4 or knight E5, black still has rook D8, and since rooks are gone, it shouldn't be any trouble for black anymore. If queen E5, then black just gonna change the queen and then probably just play F6. So knight D3, knight D7, and once again black is pretty solid here. Yeah, so don't see Olga Giraffe having any advantage here. So knight B8, and well, perhaps white has to be a little bit careful actually, because if she just simply changes the knights and the rooks, then this tandem of queen and knight is apparently much stronger than queen and bishop in this particular position. So that means if Humpy is not losing, she simply secures the first place. Then Kulis Hanna Kpaeva with Katerina Lagno, and Katerina Lagno is one of the players in tie for third place here. So this one we saw actually, H3 and B5 was the move of Katerina Lagno. So E4 was answered with A7, A6. So just expanding a little bit here on the queen side, and then still keeping in mind rook C2, I guess. Yeah, that looks like it. No, I'm not quite sure if black did it the right way. A6, B5. The queen is a little bit stuck here. Well, so it looks like... No, it wasn't like that. H6, H3, first B5, yeah, B5 was played, and then rook B2 first, A6 and E4 then. Yeah, so that was the way. E4, knight, rook 4 C7, rook 4 C7. Then so on rook B4, black still has queen C2. And black intends to play queen C4 to return the queen back, or to bring the knight via B6, so knight B6, knight C4 of course is another option. So this rook C4 some 5 moves ago maybe wasn't the best move, but still black remains pretty solid, and it's hard to imagine really how to proceed for white. E5 is always answered with knight D5 obviously, and well, kingside attack is really hard to imagine in this position. Well, something with G4, G5 might still be the case, because the queen is still pretty far from a kingside. So let's try a bit. Okay, G4, and if black plays knight B6, G5, no, knight C4, it's hardly sufficient. Yeah, black is actually, it's hard to say if black has a strat, but apparently black is very well organized to face white strats. So seems to be okay. The next funny line I've just spotted, rook E3, Knight b6, knight e1, defending c2, knight c4, rook b4. But then, well, at least black has queen a5, and if white takes, pawn takes back, bishop a5, cd3. Yeah, and white cannot take the bishop on c7 because of d2. Yeah, so basically that's defined it. Okay, anyway, rook a3 looks just too artificial. But it's hard to say if there is anything better. d5. Well, d5 might be one of the moves, but well, somehow after ed5, this pawn on d5 is rather weak. Then knight b6. Yeah, that's possible. Knight b6, d6, rook d7. Well, there is knight e5, so it's not that easy. Yeah, maybe that's the way to play it, just to push d5 to open everything and hope to use the bishop then. And yeah, okay, d5 at least looks logical. Then we have Antonetta Stefanova fighting with 2 pawns down against Bella Hotenashvili. So that was the position where Bella went to take the second pawn, and after a4 white played queen c2. So still black can't win the pawn back. Black has no counterplay here on king side. Actually, that's what Antonetta is trying to get. She plays h5, trying to obtain at least a side of a counterplay here. Well, still she's going to fight, of course. We don't expect her to resign after this, well, really unlucky opening stage for her. But well, objectively speaking, after something like rook d1, h4, even rook d7, well, it seems hardly possible that black's attack's going to succeed. White is, well, practically winning, I'd say. Then we have a very complicated game of Zhao Xu and Harika Dranavali. So g4, f5, and white played castle with all the ideas underlined. Rook e1, bishop a2, pressing against weak e6. The bishop f6 was played, rook e1, black played knight e7. So that means in case of bishop a2, black is ready to take on g4. Yeah, actually that's the question. What kind of position is that, for example? Yeah, hard to say if white can succeed. Yeah, knight on e6 is actually, knight on e7 is nicely placed. So white may think of something like d5 as well, but of course double-edged, everything's double-edged here. Knight e5 might be a possibility. Just knight e5, bishop e5, and to take with the rook. Yeah, that might be a possible lay. Then hoping to break d5 later, then queen e2 and possibly d5. Here actually black can... no, knight c6, rook just goes back. Yeah, so that's black's problem, this bishop on d7. So that's why I have to say I disliked this move from the beginning when it was played some 10 moves ago. So anyway, knight e7, both clocks reduced to half an hour only, and it's still 20 moves to reach the time control. Well, so far to me it seems like white has slightly better chances here. Well, still on is the game of Zhu in June with Elina Danielian, because in actual fact it turned out that none seemed to be really happy with the draw, so both of them trying to keep fighting, although then in this case the choice of an opening line was a bit surprising from white's side. So instead of playing bishop f6, which I believe would just bring simplifications and eventually a draw, black played f7, f6, perhaps intending to play b5 then, to a4, and knight c7. So this time knight goes to b4. Well, still hard to imagine any side winning there. Can't even tell you who's better, because it still seems pretty much equal. Well, we shall see later how it's going to develop. Well, yeah, it's actually it's hard to name the plan here for any side. G4, for example, trying to get something on a king side. So he's answered with knight d5. Then knight is proceeding to b4. Well, in case of h4, for example, knight b4, and since this knight on d3 is exchanged, it might be black actually who has better chances. Apparently threatening knight d3 to get a pair of bishops. Yes, yeah, I'd say it's absolutely equal, but just both sides have to be a bit careful. So knight e1 was played just in order to exchange rooks eventually, and I guess it's still going to be a draw. Well, summarizing what we have on the board, Humpy has no trouble, I guess, with Olga Giria. Actually, they made few more moves after knight b8. So queen e5 it went, changed on e5, and f6. Olga Giria thinking, well, knight d3, I assume. And then, well, I'm not sure what's the most precise, but maybe knight a6 simply. Then takes rook d6 leads nowhere, just rook b8, and then king is coming. Ah, well, there is rook c6 for the moment, holding a bit. Yeah, maybe it's not that easy. Rook c6, but even in this one it's hard to imagine white getting progress. But as well, maybe black just has something else. Well, I'm wondering what happens if black takes on d3 actually. So, I mean, rook d8 might not be the best move because of rook b1, then attacking b6, knight d3, c d3, and, well, some difficulties defending b6 pawn. And of course, it's what white wants, I mean, to make it, I mean, more open for the bishop and so on. Well, that never happened, in fact, because white retreated to f3, which is a bit of a surprise, I'd say. Okay, rook d6 is apparently a possibility for white, but no, I don't see how white's gonna make progress in this line. For example, king f7, rook d6, knight d7, followed by king e7. Yeah, or even rook c8. Yeah, so white has to step on c6 then. But black is just so solid on c5. So maybe no counterplay in actual fact is needed, so black can play calmly rook b8, king e7. Yeah, maybe white still has some pressure, so it has to be something more concrete for black. Yeah, maybe black has to start from... well, there is a way. Rook c8, rook d6, knight d7, so defending c6 square in advance. But there is knight d4, so it's still not over. Knight d4, king f7 or f8, I'm not sure. Oh well, actually, yeah, king f8, there is bishop h3. So it's a bit tricky. Okay, knight e6. I was planning to play king e7, of course. So it's double attack on e6 and d6. Thought that would be ideal for black, but to bishop h3 it's still somewhat. So this pawn on on e6 is really weak. The f6, knight f3. Yeah, maybe there's still some tension in this position. Knight f3, so black is to move here. Well, meanwhile in June with Danielian after knight e1, all rooks being changed on d1. Black played knight a6, so I won't be surprised if that will be our first game to finish, because it looks pretty equal and, well, not a lot of resources left to play. But okay, we've seen June yesterday when it was, well, seemingly it was a draw after 3 hours of play, and in fact it was like 5 hours. So she started to play imprecisely, and at some point was actually lost. Well, but eventually made a draw anyway. So that means still we are not sure about anything. Knight d3. Well, hard to imagine still. I mean, hard to imagine this position to be unbalanced with. Oh, well, yeah, looks just equal. So knight e7. That's a game of Chaozu with Harika. Knight e7 was the last move, and white just keeps pressing by playing queen d3. So this way white is unpinning this knight on c3, so knight was pinned on c5, then up to queen d3. Knight is back in the game, and then d4, d5 eventually becomes a threat. Yeah, not so easy for black. Still, black can't take the pawn. Yeah, so some certain pressure is there indeed. Queen d3, and that is by far the most complicated game today. Moving third, once again Bella Hotinashvili with Antonetta Stefanova. h5, rook ad1 was played. Actually, the gills are now screened, and h4 was the move of Antonetta Stefanova. Yeah, so black is 2 pawns down, so there is nothing left but to go for a desperate attack here. Rook d7. Yeah, looks hopeless anyway. Not sure if black can do anything. Rook d7, and okay, first of all, how to set this rook from a6 into play, that's the question. The rook c6 is maybe possible, but still have to take the rook c5, and okay, looks terribly bad. Don't know if black just simply not losing the material. Well, rook c8 was played in fact, but then what to attack with on the king side? Also, rook d6 is actually a try to trap white, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the point. It's a knight d6, then black just take on d6, and if rook takes, then rook takes back, but white has queen d3 intermediate. Not sure if black can fight against it. So maybe that's actually a nice way for white to achieve simplifications. So white lose a pawn on b2, but it seems not that significant, because okay, with all the pieces being active, with still extra pawn on d file, should be easy to convert this one. But of course there must be some other possibilities, like queen d3 at once, perhaps intending to play knight d6. Yeah, so it's just absolutely hopeless for black, I have to say. While moving to Katerina Lagnovi's Gulistan Nakpayeva, still this position is not defined yet. Rook c7 was the last move, and then bishop b4. The bishop b4 was the move of Gulis Hannakpaiva. Well, she has 21 minutes, so that means, yeah, she's been in a time trouble nearly in every game. That, of course, pretty much affected her result as well. So we've been discussing d5 last time, but bishop b4, well, it is a possibility, I have to say. Bishop b4, and, well, we shall see. Maybe just setting another rook to e2, the knight c4, let's say, and then white's gonna play other rook to e2, hoping to get d5 one day or something like that. Yeah, still queen is a little bit out of play. Bishop b4, well, I'm wondering what's gonna happen. Okay, a5, it's bishop d6, so it's not that easy. Bishop d6, and b5 is targeted as well. Yeah, maybe white is doing pretty well after all. So maybe I've overestimated black's chances previously. Okay, that's a fine touch, rook c1, so black really needs to decrease material. So, well, basically every possible endgame, as long as black is in possession of a c file, should be better for black. That's why actually rook c1 is, well, seems to be a nice move here. And then it's not only a rook's exchange, but also well, getting some squares for the queen. Let's say in case of rook b1, then black just gonna take, and whatever it takes on b1, queen or rook, then queen c2, changing the queen as well. That has to be fine for black. Anyway, rook c1. Rook c1 was the move played by Katerina Lagno. We shall see in a couple of moves how it's going to be developed later. Olga Gira with Hampi Conero back to this position. Well, and black is actually, black went for a counterplay with knight e4, and I have to say this one, I'm not sure if it's the best idea, to be honest. It might turn to be rather unpleasant for black actually. So knight d4, and well, I suspect Hampi is looking for knight c3 here. But then, okay, rook d3, if knight takes e2, knight e6. Well, and that knight becomes rather passive here. So let's say rook e8, oops, rook e8, rook d6, also attacking this pawn, then bishop goes to d5. Yeah, that might be unpleasant for black, so I'm not sure if this knight e4 was the best move ever in this position. Unless black has a repetition here. I mean, maybe knight c5 is actually what black intends. And then if knight is not moved, it's rook t8. If knight is moved to b5, then, well, maybe knight can be moved to b5. Because still the point was to get the knight to d4 after rook arrived to d6. So, well, so then it doesn't matter if knight stays on f3 or b5. Yeah, so apparently knight c3 is the idea, but then rook d3, and okay, rook d8 is maybe a possibility. Yeah, rook d8 seems fine. Then well, yeah, that's the trick actually. Rook d8, and well, white is practically forced to take it. Rook d4. This is rather tricky because, well, c5 seems to be the move. Then okay, black has check, bishop goes, dc5, rook c5. Yeah, still looks like an extra pawn for white here. Yeah, because rook c8 is the threat and rook a5 is the threat. Yeah, so I'm not sure if knight e4 is really a move which is gonna fully equalize. Yeah, we shall see. So apparently Humpy is not feeling that comfortable. Okay, still a lot of pressure on her as well, because everybody is trying to play to show his best against the leader. So switching for one more time to this time to June with Elina Danielian. Yeah, and these girls decided finally they want to be safe. Knight b4. Okay. White then takes b4, plays bishop e2, and honestly don't see a reason to continue here. Or king e2 is possible as well. King e2, then take, knight c5, king c2, still perfectly safe for both of them. So this game doesn't need much to be commented, I guess, but it's more or less clear. There's will be nothing spectacular, I suppose. Okay, queen b6. That's a game of Jao Xubis Harika Dronabali. That was the last position we saw when white played queen d3. Queen b6, rook d2. So keeping the pawn defended, and queen d6. So at least queen becomes a bit more active. Then queen guards e6 as well. So then if white skips the move in some fashion, maybe black will play bishop c6, then trying to land on d5 somehow. Yeah, okay, this is the most tense game. Once again, I'm telling you this, and apparently it's going to be decided in time trouble, at the time trouble stage, to say so, because 20, 23, 24 minutes each, and well, still pretty much undefined position. Hard to say. Okay, it looks like white has an advantage, but of course black's chances are, I mean, decent, at least. Yeah. So, well, if black is given a chance to play g6, king g7, well, it tends to be acceptable for him as well. So, I mean, white has an advantage, but white has to be has to be precise in finding the best moves here. Well, perhaps it's a time to take on f5, but then after ef5, yeah, black is deprived from one of the weaknesses from e6 pawn, actually. So then g6, king g7, and black looks rather solid. Well, let's find out if there is any chance for Antonetta Stefanova versus Bella Hotenashvili. Rook c8, Bella played queen d3. Yeah, honestly, I don't see much of a chance. Don't see much of a chance there. Yeah, both knight b6 and knight d6 are threats, winning an exchange here. So black has to make a move. Well, rook c6 might be the move after all, but then, well, queen d4, which is quite annoying. Unless black has anything else, there's queen a4, or queen d4, pardon. So rook c8, queen d3, that's a current situation in a game of Hotenashvili with Stefanov, and I have to say it's quite depressing for black. So if we step a little bit back and try to figure out what exactly went wrong, I mean, so that was the position when already I said like knight on c6 is not, well, placed in not the best way. So maybe black should have used some tactics in order to solve the problems here, because it seems possible to play b7 Yeah, I'm still not sure, but seems possible to play b7, b5. This position, if white takes d6, cd6, then structure is improved, and bishop g2, black has rook c8. Yeah, black has rook c8, and has to be just very comfortable for black, in fact. So b5, and if knight is... actually there isn't any comfortable square for this knight somehow. So knight a3, then black's gonna play knight b4. When queen is retreated, rook b8. Now that this time black, it actually looks better with such a knight on a3. So b5 apparently was one of the options here. Yeah, knight d6. Okay, there is knight e5 possibility as well, but then at least black takes on e5, and I didn't know. As I thought that there is a jump on b4, but yeah, maybe it is. Knight b4. Queen b3, and well, knight d5. I'm not sure if it's a full compensation, by the way. Knight d5, bishop d5. Yeah, so maybe that's a problematic line actually, unless black has an option to sacrifice sacrifice an exchange, but doesn't seem to be enough compensation, and then simply castling. Though knight f3 takes. Yeah, and on top bishop c6 is a threat, and on rook c1 black has e5. Then bishop h3 is coming. Ah, well, there is queen d1, sorry for that. Yeah, queen d1, and yeah, seems... well, maybe some chances for black, but just to save the game, so still no question who has the advantage here. And afterwards, I mean, black committed, looks like few minor errors, and that was crowned with f5, which is, well, just a blunder, I guess, because after a3 it's obviously clear who's better here. a3, and especially knight a6. Yeah, so rook c6, queen d4 was played, black played rook b8, and the endgame arising after queen f6. The gf6 might offer some chances for black, but of course it's not obligatory for white to enter this endgame. Oh well, it was h after queen d4, first hg3 was taken, and only then black played rook b8. Yeah, in fact, black threats no. Okay, maybe rook b5 is black's idea to win back this pawn on c5. So still the fight is not over. Yeah, we shall see. But still, it looks like pretty bad for Stefanova. Well, Nakpayeva is Lagno. Rook c1, king h2, and rook c2 then. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So, yeah, Lagno decided she doesn't want to take on e1. Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, to be honest. So rook 1, c2. Well, that may indicate that after all black is not that happy with her position. If black has to move him to make moves like that, or after take. Or take seems to be forced, right? Well, still there is rook b2, rook e2. And still after eventual rook's exchange. Yeah, all the penetration squares are... oh well, there is rook c1. Yeah, so everything is covered, but rook c1 is available. Then maybe rook c2 is just nice, because f2 is hanging after king h2. That's the difference. So rook takes, queen takes, and as well h2 is hanging. Oh, rook c2, rook bb1 was played, in fact. So I don't know what's gonna happen on rook f2. Perhaps bishop d2 is the point of Black's previous move. Bishop d2, but I'm not sure if white can win this exchange, in fact. Yeah, it might be possible though. Yeah, apparently it's the move which Lucknow missed here, because she already retreated this rook to c7 early in this game. So probably she thought like she could have taken on f2 there, but well, looks like it's not possible, right? So rook f2, bishop d2, rook is caged, and queen e3 is the threat, which can be parried, I guess. Yeah, there might be something about exchange sacrifice here. Just giving away this rook for the knight, for example, and getting another pawn will be an interesting try. Well, meanwhile, Olga Kirov is humping an arrow, entered some pretty sharp endgame here. Knight f3, knight e4, rook d4 instead of knight d4, so rook d4, knight c3, rook d6, knight a2. Yeah, still looks better for white, this one. Apparently if white plays... Yeah, I think white has to play knight d4, not to take any of those pawns, but just trying to bring all the pieces into play. And yeah, while this knight is still on b8, so knight on b8 is definitely a bad piece here. Yeah, it's hard to say how to react with black then. The knight is not coming out simply, and the pawn becomes really dangerous. So I'm not sure if Humpy did the right thing by playing knight e4. Yeah, after rook d4, if knight retreats to c5, then white simply plays rook d6, winning a tempo. So knight c3 was sort of forced, then rook d6. So two pawns are hanging. Knight a2, knight d4, and seems quite attractive for white. Though adapt knight d4 will be played, because of course it's so tempting, I mean, to take one of those pawns. Well, I mean, just to ensure the knight is going somewhere. Knight d4, then in case of e5, for example, white's gonna play check, I guess. Knight e6, rook, then now c8, for instance. Yeah, looks pretty bad for black. Knight d, well, a lot of ideas. Knight e8, simply taking b6. Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. Actually, knight d4, that's just the move Olga Gira made a couple of seconds ago. Yeah, indeed, it's better for white. Now I'm sure it's just a question how much it is better. That means a chance for Harika Dronovali if she manages to win. Well, what an unexpected turnover, I have to say. Well, meanwhile, the most quiet game in this last round is still Zhu Wenjun with Elina Danielian. They exchanged a couple of pieces on b4, then bishop e2 was the move, bishop c5, king e1, king e7, king d2. Still all looks pretty solid. With 20 minutes each, well, I don't expect any complications in this position, but what is fairly complicated is Harika Dronovali with Zhao Xu, where after queen d6 white played bishop a2 and black reacted with f takes g4. I'm not sure if this works. Well, I have to calculate. Okay, knight is hanging, that's clear. So knight e5, then in case of bishop e5. Well, still possible to take with the rook, of course, but I mean, I was trying to understand what goes on here. Sorry, queen d3, rook d3, then If black defends the bishop, then it's of course rook d7 and bishop e6. Bishop cannot be retreated, but there is knight d5 seemingly. Knight d5, and then if knight d5, ed5, yeah, this one has to be close to a draw. Yeah, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop c6, rook c8, yeah. Black wins back the pawn, seeming... no, there is rook d6. That's not that easy. Well, still there must be some chances for black to escape, but can't say really if there is any chance to win. Fg4, knight e4. Not sure if Harika didn't miss this one. Knight e4. Yeah, because Chinese, of course, Zhao Xu, especially, she actually showed her perfect tactical abilities yesterday in her game against Stefanova. The knight e4, yeah, starts to be dangerous, I have to say. The queen f4, perhaps. Otherwise, I mean, queen has to go too far, and apparently it's very dangerous. So maybe queen f4. Then if white plays knight e5, yeah, still looks dangerous. Or knight f6, it's queen f6, right? And still knight e5, yeah. Yeah, then I can safely say white is better. So that will be a surprise, of course, if once again both Indian players gonna lose. But okay, it's still too early to speak about that, especially in a game of Volga Giria. Well, Stefanova is still fighting against Bella Otenashvili. So rook c1 was played, and rook b5 followed from Antoaneta Stefanova. Still, she wants to win this c5 pawn badly. Well, maybe she's gonna have some compensation. Well, at least let's check the straightforward attempt. Just taking knight d6. Yeah, maybe black is still alive. Rook b2, for example, knight e8. There is bishop e5. Well, f4 for white. Yeah, probably that's all over. f4, and yeah, black is simply not in time to create anything. King f8, though, maybe it's king f8. Still not the end of the story. Knight g7, yeah, some nice tactical stuff. Knight g7, then bishop has to be placed to b8, because bishop c7 is refuted with rook c7, knight e6. After knight g7, bishop b8 is the move. And then it's, well, rather tricky, because okay, both kings are badly placed, then this knight is not coming out, but of course white still has an extra pawn. Okay, we shall see. Rook b5, and perhaps it's the only moment in the game when I'm starting to believe Stefanova has chances. Well, some 10 minutes left for Bella, so not pretty comfortable. Still, it's all right. 10 minutes for 10 moves, also an increment, but it's, well, still it's less than half an hour, for instance. So still, it's not absolutely comfortable. Although, trying to figure out what's gonna happen on knight d6, because yeah, just thought so. Knight d6. If, yeah, maybe knight d6 is just winning. So, I mean, it's never the case, perhaps, to take d6. Yeah, then I thought black's gonna take b2, but then after queen a4, black is lost apparently. I don't see how to defend the rook. Then otherwise, if black takes first d4 and then takes b2, it's just as hopeless, I guess, after rook e1, taking e6. Well, so it's a question of finding the proper move after rook b5. Again, Gulishan Nakpayeva with Katerina Lagno. Well, that was the position where Nakpayeva played rook c2 and rook b2, b1. leaving the pawn on f2 undefended, but we decided it cannot be taken because of rook f2, bishop d2, caging the rook, so black is progressing on operating on a second rank. Played rook a2, king g1. Yeah, but it starts to be suspicious, I have to say, because then what happens if next rook's going to arrive to c2? White will have to play. Yeah, quite a tricky position. Okay, rook f1, but still nothing is clear because queen is out of play, and as well, both rooks are placed actively, but yeah, well, queen c2 was played. That's probably much better because either black's gonna change the queens or white has to let black queen escape here. Okay, queen e3, of course, is the most critical move, perhaps, defending f2 and threatening rook c1. And then I suppose queen is just coming back to c7 or c7 or c6. Eventually, black has to be okay. Yeah, queen e3 was played at once, and then Katerina has another 20 minutes to think what to come up with next. So before our third break for the day, I'm gonna check one more time game of Humpy Canero with Olga Gira. The knight d4 was answered with knight c3. Well, and that's an interesting moment, because still I do believe white have better chances, but it's just a question now to execute it properly. Because this knight really is not coming out. It's just a question how to execute it. Well, knight e6 is probably answered with rook. No, rook c8 is bishop b7. Okay, rook e8. Rook e8. Then I'd say rook b6. But black pawn starts to run as well. Black pawn starts to run. It's not so easy to stop it, by the way. Yeah, let's say bishop d5, a3, rook. Now, well, maybe in case of a3. Yeah, knight c7 is met with knight d5, and white's rook is hanging as well. So on this discovered attack, black can retreat with the queen, by the way, with the king, by the way. Or not really. Now, if king is retreating, that knight e8, a2, rook takes, a1 queen, king g2, and apparently white is winning. Yeah, the king is very badly placed. But after a3, knight c7, of course, black has knight takes d5. And if, okay, so I mean attacking this rook as well. So it's not the case here. a4, so bishop d5, a3, maybe rook b3 is the better chance. a2, rook a3, but then, well, white can't touch this pawn really. Only two, and eventually it might be black who is better. King h8, knight d7. Yeah, it's pretty complicated. This one is knight c3 and Olga Gira to move. So it's being said, I'm going off for a short break, maybe shorter than usual, and then coming back to cover the 4 hours of play and of course the time trouble stage and so on. Well, so we are for a break and coming in 10 minutes. Welcome back for a live coverage of a last round FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tashkent. And well, actually I came back just to announce that we have another finished game here in this round. So it's a draw between Ju and June and Elina Danielian. Well, just going to show you how this game was finished. Well, King D2, Knight D5, Bishop A3. Well, it didn't took too long here, and then this Knight C7 is actually okay. The position is of course pretty drawish, so no wonder that Knight C7 was in fact a silent throw, for because after King C3 they've just repeated the moves. Knight C7, King C3, Knight D5. Yeah, so we're gonna have a press conference. Well, a few questions about the overall tournament, of course, and so on, and then we are coming back.
Somebody had chances in June. What about you?
After the opening, okay, here I choose to change the queen, and okay, it looks like equal, and black played quite solid, and here I think it's this is good for black. I mean it's equal, but still white. This D3 knight has some problem, has pinned, and so maybe here I choose to change the queen, change the rook, and I want to equalize. Maybe here is knight a6. But looks like a draw here. So let me change first. Okay. Some movement here. Something.
King D2 just.
Yes.
Okay, it's equal.
Yeah, equal.
Nothing.
And okay,
nothing special happened in the game.
Yes.
Just
Probably you are just tired.
Everybody is tired, of course, and everybody wants to go back home. It's very long and tough tournament for everyone, so just at the end we are all exhausted, you know. So.
Yeah, some people even forget.
But yeah, and okay. Surprisingly for me, I could equalize very easily from the opening. Okay, in the end we just were equal, with no chances for both sides.
How is your whole tournament experience? Are you happy with results?
No, of course I'm not happy with results, but okay, what to do?
But second half was
much more better. Yes, surprisingly for me.
Maybe the free day was so charging.
Yeah, maybe, but still it's a long tournament. It takes a lot of energy. And so.
And John, what about you?
Okay, I enjoy my play, but about my result, I was not that satisfied. And okay.
But you had a couple of some lucky games.
Yes, but also somehow I lost some key moment in some games. So Okay, I still learn a lot of experience from this tournament.
Did you enjoy your stay in Tashkent?
Yes, I enjoy it.
The organization, maybe you have some comments, something to improve, or you just liked everything?
Sorry?
Organization of the tournament. How it was organized.
Yeah, it's very nice and feel very comfortable to play here.
Yeah, okay, I can only add that the organizers just did everything to comfort us. So it was very pleasant for me also to play this leg of Grand Prix series, because I wanted too much to be in Tashkent to see it. So finally I did it, and I liked it very much.
Well, we don't say goodbye. We will see you in closing ceremony. Now you have some time to rest. And thank you very much for playing, for interesting games.
Thank you too.
So welcome back again, and well, since we had a press conference, though our games developed a little bit far. So that's the current situation in a game of Bella Hotinashvili with Antonetta Stefanova, and well, so I don't know if you can see the diagram actually. So rook c4 was the last move of Bella Hotinashvili, and then, well, okay, hope you will see the board now. Yeah, so rook c4 was the last move, and it looks absolutely hopeless, I have to say, for Stefanova. So either she's losing the pawn on a4, or well, queens can be exchanged. So everything looks just bad. Well, apart from that, Bella could have won it once, I guess, with queen f6, gf6 and knight b5. Because, well, knight is arriving to d4, and which basically unblocks the c pawn and ends the challenge. So, and well, bishop b6 is a possibility, of course, but then simply, well, okay, there are too many ways here, so like rook d6, or even giving away the exchange and playing b7 and knight d6 should be just winning. There's too many possibilities for white, but of course rook c4 is not forced. Rook c4 eventually, maybe not only taking the pawn, but as well keeping in mind rook b4, rook b7 maneuver. Well, and still Bella is like 4 minutes 49 seconds, so pretty much enough to finish the game. Well, a lot of moves being made meanwhile in Jaoksu with Harika Dronovali. So after knight e4, queen f4, this one we've seen. Then instead of taking on f6, which I thought would be an option, white went for knight c5, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook d8. Okay, but this one I'm not sure, but anyway, knight c5 and bishop c8 was played, where white simply took on d8, king h7, bishop b1, g6, and it looks like position is ready for a decisive strike, but not sure if... Okay, rook e8 looks just winning, right? Queen f7 and knight e4. And, well, knight is arriving to f6, and with queen on f7, yeah, looks just terrible. Yeah, so Jaoksu is looking for your next move, rook e8. Well, it's maybe there is a slight chance for black to try to play for a counter-attack, like with knight d5, for example. Then if black takes c8, if white takes c8, there is g3, at least opening the king a bit. But, well, has to be lost, to be honest. I don't believe black's gonna survive with this one. Simply taking this one, rook f1, and, well, rook f7 is definitely a threat. Knight f4. Well, maybe this particular one is not that easy, because, well, all of a sudden there are some counterplay for black. Yeah, knight e2 also is a threat. Yeah, maybe that's the best chance for black after rook e8, because rook e8, queen f7 seems less just totally lost. Well, g3, in fact, the rook e8 wasn't played, so g3 was the move of Zhao Xu. Then queen c4, but then, well, that's response of Harika Dronovali, and still transfer a knight, transfer of a knight to f6 seems to do a job for white. Yeah, knight e4, knight d6 or knight f6. Yeah, black is just in a very bad shape. Yeah, knight e4 was played, in fact. So it's queen and a pawn actually for two rooks, but somehow this bishop is not entering the game whatsoever. So apparently white is close to winning. And then, okay, Stefano is fairly lost, that we said already. Gulishan Lakbayeva with Katerina Lagno. Let's check it out one more time. So queen e3, queen c7 back, knight d2. Well, queen d8 was played. Queen d8 was played here. And then d5 was met with a5. Yeah, that's interesting. What's going on? Well, the bishop has to... first of all, I'm not sure what d5 is about. Okay, if black takes, as far as I understand, e5 is planned. Then in case of knight e4 and changing everything, then e6 is a threat, and this rook on a2 might be slightly out of play. Maybe black won't be in time to bring the rook back. Yeah, so d5 is actually a nice touch here. a5. Then it turns to be a bit different, but still after bishop d6 all the above mentioned line is possible. Yeah, rook is once again a bit misplaced here. Also bishop c3 is an option perhaps. Yeah, it's pretty complex, this one, because after, say, bishop c3, the pawn is as well as hanging on b5. So it's rather unclear. Though, I mean, rook a3, white has... well, no, it's not. I thought white is winning something now. Bishop f8, rook e1 with the check. Yeah, so bishop c3 is not an option then. Yeah, then bishop d6, but once again, it's a question to play it at once or to take on e6 first, because this seems to be a possible intermediate move. Possibly just to play bishop d6. It's rather tricky, this one. Yeah, bishop d6 was played at once. And okay, both players' time is reducing to some minutes only. Well, Olga Gira with Hampikaner. Actually, we are pretty much interested in this game, of course. Knight d4, knight c3, knight takes e6. So this one we discussed, but after rook e8, Olga goes for some different option, which is knight d4 here, a4, e3, a3, knight c2. So knight stops this pawn. And then, okay, a2 seems to be the logical follow-up, but then, apart from just taking b6, perhaps white has, yeah, one of the options, rook d3, where black has knight b1 in this case, somehow guarding the square on a3. Yeah, but rook b6 seems to be okay. a2 was played. Rook b6 seems to be strong here. Then, okay, if knight is moved, then putting the rook behind the pawn, putting the bishop on d6, on d5. Yeah, still a possibility. Ah, well, in this case, actually, rook b8 is coming. Now, better not to let the knight out from the cage. Maybe rook d3 is an interesting try. So a2 and Olga Gira is to move. Well, Harika is still fighting here. Harika Dronovali, black against Shao Xu. So knight e4, king g7 was played, and then knight d6 was answered with queen c6. But still, to me it looks like white is practically winning. Yeah, somehow if rook joins the attack, it's immediately over. So it's just question if white can improve this rook's position. The rook e4, black still has g5. Yeah, okay, maybe white just can keep it simple, I mean, by taking simply on c8, playing rook d1, and something here. Maybe it's still winning. Yeah, knight c8, maybe bishop e4 intermediate would be strong. Because, well, black has to guard the knight as well. So queen c5, for example, and then there is rook d7, then starting to collect pawns, b4 as well. Yeah, in case of queen c7, then white plays rook d1. Only move seems to be knight b6. Yes, knight b6, and okay. If that one is not winning, then I don't know what's the winning position. Now it looks like even, yeah, but maybe there is a bit clearer way than this one. Yeah, queen c6, bishop e4 first. Why not? Yeah, queen c7 is actually not possible. Yeah, then it's much better. Yeah, because there isn't queen c7. There isn't queen c7, so possibly black has to play queen b6 here. But then at least white can. Oh well, no, I thought white can play rook d1, but then queen d8 gives black so many pieces for this rook. Yeah, that won't be really a solution. Queen b6, then okay, taking c8 is somewhat not absolutely convincing, because black's gonna take the pawn and may still have some hope here. So definitely it's the way to play. Oh well, queen c5 Harika played, but this one seems to lose quicker because there is knight c8 then check here. In case of knight e7, b4 seems to finish the game. Well, although it's still some moves are available like queen c3, but of course something like that, I believe I can safely say white is winning here. Well, in actual fact, queen c5 was answered. Ah, well, that's much easier, of course. Queen c5 was answered with rook e8. Rook e8, and it seems just like black is lost practically. Okay, let's check what's going on in the game of Khatanashvili with Stefanova, because it seems to approach an end here. Well, so rook c4 we just saw. Yeah, game of Stefanova with Bella Khatanashvili. Rook c4 we saw. Queen g6. No, but it's a desperate try to create any sort of counterplay. Rook b4, bishop d6, rook d6, takes, queen d6, queen e8, c6. So no chance anymore, I have to say. And even rook d8 seemingly can be answered with c7, just absolutely finishing the game. Okay, the rook d8 was played, and then c7 simply forces black to stop the clock. So otherwise it might become a bit tricky. I mean, in this case, for example, there is a check, queen h5, and well, still rook h4 is winning, but c7 is the nice one, of course. c7 sacrificing the queen, and then black has no way to stop, not only to save the queen, but as well to stop the pawn on c file. So this way white is simply winning a rook. So rook d8 and c7, of course, going to finish the game in one move. Back to Olga Gira with Humpy Conero. Well, knight c2, a2, rook d3 was played, knight b1 and c5. Nice move from from Olga Gira. Then after c5, bishop d5, all of a sudden this knight from b1 is caged, and okay, it's definitely white is much better. So c5, Conero plays knight a6, but then as well white can keep the pawn on b file. cb6. Oh, perhaps Conero is planning knight b4. Oh well, yeah, it's not that easy. Okay, meanwhile Hontinashvili with Stefanova is over, I guess, and so is Zhao Xu with Harika Dronovali, so everything is finishing very quickly. Well, and Humpy Conero, even if she loses, she already becomes a winner of this Grand Prix right after Harika didn't win, and she even lost. So Humpy Conero, we declare a winner of this Grand Prix, and then it's pretty tough to spot who's actually at the second position. Then Harika lost. Bella becomes second. If Katerina, so we have to check what's going on in Katerina Lagnovis Nakpayeva. That's the only game which is relevant in actual fact. Rasta Nakpayeva is last, but if Lagnov won't win, then Kate Bella is really second. It's a lot of surprise, to be honest. d5, a5, bishop d6, rook cc2, ed1, ed5, rook b5, and queen c8. So, but it's really hard to say what's going on here. It's so complicated. Queen c8. Yeah, what I can spot from here is really a threat to take on d2. So I don't know if black can, okay, if white can defend against this threat, by the way. Bishop f4 perhaps. Yeah, but both girls are pretty short on time. Well, I'm sorry, but we have to make a break here, because now we're gonna have a couple of consecutive press conferences. And I wonder if we are coming back, because, well, it seems to be, every game seems to be roughly finished.
Today, Zhao Xu won against Harika Dronovali. It was quite unexpectedly. What happened? Did you blunder or?
Yeah, in the opening I misplayed few moves. I missed many moves actually. At some point I gave initiative for white, where I think already it's better for white and after a certain point. Okay, here even c5, it's normal position.
Yes. That's just really rare and nice.
Yeah, like okay, normal position. I think okay here.
Yeah.
maybe this
Knight d3 looks
normal, right?
yeah, no more, yeah.
Maybe here instead of knight c6,
Yeah, maybe knight d7 also is possible.
knight d7, right?
Put knight on f6, maybe more safe. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I was thinking of g4 many times, but I forgot at the moment when you played rook d1, bd7, g4.
Yes.
Yeah, and d7 would have been more normal game. Okay, nc6, rook d1. I think here I completely missed about g4. I forgot about this. I was thinking in the previous position here. Okay, here bishop h7 wasn't working. After this, here I was thinking of long castling.
Long castle.
Yeah, but okay. But yeah, what you played was much better. Here I forgot about this. After this, it got trickier. I don't know if it is really that.
I don't know. So
Yeah, g5 is coming. 3.
but here I think I'm better.
Yeah,
After
must be.
try to
Yeah.
can advance.
Okay, castling.
was g6 here, maybe.
G6.
In which position?
Or not, because I didn't check.
Give the h6.
I mean, if you have to play f5, you know, normally, like it's better. g6,
But I
you
take-
take and bishop f8. Maybe it's not that easy. because-
No, rook into g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that
95.
is the critical. If it works, rook g6, then it's...
Knight g5 sometimes.
take
Yeah, rook into g6 is working directly.
f8, check, bishop g7,
Knight g5.
queen f6.
Queen f6.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
then
queen
queen f6.
No, I thought maybe something like check first, king f8, knight h4, but still, I mean, it's not that clear. Because if you don't have rook g6, then maybe black is just okay. Because bishop f6 and
E5 is
E5
coming.
next move.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
After f5 castle, it's clear. I mean, white is better. Just question how much. Maybe much better.
I don't know.
Maybe this one was.
Yeah,
maybe a try.
g6. Maybe it's possible.
Maybe rook g6.
Maybe not work, you mean?
No,
Rook
we have to check. I don't know. Check. Bishop g7. So maybe queen h7, king f8, knight h4. And then you want
Okay,
rook
check.
g3, you want to check on g6.
Check first.
Yeah, check. So we check on h7, king f8, and knight h4. Maybe.
Maybe rook d3. What do?
Yeah, this rook d3 is strong.
Knight h4.
No, even maybe we can start. Yeah, here you mean.
Rook d3 first.
If we play rook d3.
Yeah. Maybe
And
knight
somehow
e5.
queen f6,
Queen f6. Knight h4.
queen h6.
King e7. Queen h6.
No, it's lost, right? It's
Rook
knight
f3.
g6 and
But
rook
you can
f3,
play
yeah.
king e7.
The knight g6 first. You're not playing rook f3. You're playing knight g6, holding the king.
But I mean, you cannot play queen h6. Only play king e7.
King e7.
Yeah,
Is the result
immediately.
queen h6? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. No, so then you have to start with knight h4, not rook d3. If you start with knight h4.
No, but then knight into d4 may come, right, at some point?
Knight h4.
Queen f6?
Queen f6, knight e4, I said.
Oh.
Because there is a nice trick with queen h6 and two checks on g5. Check on g6, check on d6 and
beautiful.
g5.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the... Okay, anyway, it's too complicated, maybe not needed for this one.
Yeah. Okay, f5 was just clearly bad, but at some point maybe queen b6, queen d6 was not needed.
No, neither. I don't know. Actually, I didn't know how to win this position. Just putting. And okay, I want to play bishop a2 next move.
Yeah, maybe I should have played king h8, right?
Yeah, maybe. Then knight e5. What do you?
Knight e5 can take.
Oh, no, not knight e5 first. Bishop a2.
Now maybe knight d5.
You give pawn. I can take g5 pawn.
You mean here, right?
And take which one first?
You mean bishop into d5.
Yeah, and then take g5. Okay, take knight d5. Take rook. Take pawn. Little better for me.
Yeah, it's better, but okay. I'm just trying to survive a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, after queen d6, it was, I think, bishop 8 f into g4 was desperate. I didn't have any other option.
Maybe you still have to play king h8.
No, king h8, knight
King
d5 was
h7.
just over.
Which one over? Not over. You can take rook c7.
I was thinking of one minute.
But after this, white still have some better chance. I am sure for this.
Yeah, it looks somewhere clearly better. I don't know, this e5 square is too bad.
Yeah. Little better.
Okay, this even queen a6 I was thinking, then I realized this d6 is gone.
Yeah.
And this knight e5 and this knight d6 and this threat, both are threatened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So queen f4, knight e5. Okay, I don't know what
Rook
else.
c7 was.
Sorry?
Rook c7 is only move, I think. But white still have some chance.
Oh, yeah, this is better try.
Yeah.
Now at least I think I'm getting some knight d5, knight f5 something. Oh. But this isn't so bad.
I can play queen d6 maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know how to play.
Yeah. Know what I can do.
Ah, yes. There are queen d6.
Yeah. Okay, maybe rook this d8. But okay, still I think knight d6 is killing.
Yeah. This is possible. Queen d6 also possible.
Even knight d6. Okay, this must be clearly worse already. Okay, in the opening I think I misplayed. I didn't realize this wrong, this g4. I was thinking on the wrong times, but in the exact moment I forgot about it and I played little slow, which gave white lot of initiative.
Anyway, congratulations you both on the finish of this tiring tournament, and so you slept good to this night.
Yeah. And okay, it was disappointing to lose the last round, but okay, it's fine.
Okay, but still you have a good result in the tournament. And what is your overall experience in this tournament?
It was quite good. It was going good actually. I think the worst moment is to lose on the 9th round. At least like with white, I should not lose this position, and from there I think it got trickier for me.
But did you like Tashkent and?
Yeah, of course. Okay, I'm gaining many points. It's been like, I don't know, 6-7 months I gained something somewhere. So this tournament, at least I started gaining the rating back, and overall the organization and the tournament, everything was good.
What about you?
Okay.
It's okay. It started not very good for you, but.
Okay, not start where. Okay, doesn't matter for me. Is I think this tournament for me is not so good. I mean the result for me, because I lost some points and I lose so many games, and I don't know why. It's just lost. Okay, I hope recently can far away from chess. I'm really tired.
So you are planning to have some break?
Break? Yeah, break. Yes.
And how did you like the organization of the tournament?
Yeah, like Halika said, is everything is good and fun, and
I noticed there have a television for live. That is good. It's good for chess. Yeah, that's all.
By the way, we know that Harika's grandmother is watching us now.
Yeah, she must be, but okay.
Maybe you can want to pass her some hi.
Nothing like that. I can just go back and say that.
Okay, but for sure she's watching us.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So we have the other decisive game. Bella Khatanashvili won against Antonetta Stefanova. Actually, Bella, congratulations. I guess you are quite satisfied with this result in the tournament. And please, your comments about the game. I think it was good. You just made some.
Okay, I just completely blundered knight f6, and after that I think I'm just lost. So actually, there's not much to comment maybe on this game.
Maybe you can comment about the opening. Was it a surprise for you? Or
It was a surprise for me.
for you?
Yeah.
I thought that I was doing fine, but there's this knight a6, which is incredible. Because first I was thinking to play knight d5 or something, and then for some reason I just decided to play knight a6, and okay, the moment I did it I saw knight f6, and okay, not only that I'm giving my bishop, but I'm losing also my b5 pawn, and okay.
So what exactly was the surprise for you?
Catalan defense was a surprise for me because whole day I was prepared against Slav defense, and I did not remember exactly this variation. After e4, I'm not sure that e3 is a good move. I don't know. Maybe just castle.
So here, Antonetta, you were happy with your position?
Well, okay, it was some normal stuff has been played before. Okay, it should be about equal, maybe still slightly better for white, but nothing special probably.
Maybe you just give some couple of comments about your. Okay, you Antonetta probably not very satisfied, but did you enjoy your time in Tashkent?
Yeah, well, when you play so bad, it's difficult to enjoy anything, no? But okay, in general, yeah, it was well organized, and let's hope that if they organize something here again, I'll play better, and then I'll feel better overall. But yeah, it's a difficult tournament, very long, and I'm quite happy I'm going home tonight.
Bella, you?
So I'm satisfied with my result, but not with my playing. I did not like it, but it was better than in division. So what about organization? I think it's fine. So people are very nice here, and I hope that there will be another open tournament or so.
Maybe an Olympiad?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, again, congratulations, Bella, and congratulations on both for finishing this tournament. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And see you on the closing ceremony.
defended nicely. Knight b1, c5 was played, and knight a6. Black is threatening knight b4, so white has no option but to give a check here. King f8 and to take a2. Then knight c5 with the tempo, attacking the rook, rook d6, knight c3, and still somehow white cannot keep the pawn, cannot win the pawn really. So bishop c4, b5, rook c6. Thought that was a bit affected with the time trouble. Knight e4. No, sorry, not 5e4, of course. Well, here I'm not sure about the move that Olga Gyur actually made. Bishop f1. Somehow bishop d3 seems more easy to make a draw than, okay, bishop f1. Well, it's not that relevant anyway, so knight f1, knight d1, f3, so knight starting to jump, knight d2, bishop b5, knight f3, and okay, so they reached the time control, knight f3, and I'd say, okay, black in, of course, is in no risk situation, and okay, actually may try to play this one for a bit. So king g2 seems logical, and then knight e5, I'd say. Well, rook d6, black has rook b8 seemingly. So shouldn't be that problematic. Well, to find, and still, I mean, somehow black structure is slightly better, so maybe black will try to play this one for a little bit. So that's a current situation in Gira with Conero. So once again, repeating the black managed to find all the best defensive move at the time trouble stage. Yeah, knight e5 was just played. Well, and meanwhile let's switch to the other one. So it's already clear Conero is first, but in the other game actually is decided if Bella Hotenashvili is going to clear second, or this second will be shared with Katerina Lagno. And well, and we saw this complicated position, and of course it developed much further during the time trouble stage. Rook b5, queen c8, bishop f4, black took on e4, knight e4, knight takes, queen takes, rook f2. So black has won a pawn, and actually threatens to take on g2 here. So white came up with a tactical trick, rook takes d7, which apparently wasn't working because of check and rook e2, so it's a bit of a surprise. And black couldn't find that, perhaps missing then on queen b1 she has rook a1. Okay, so after rook d7 black took on f4 actually, queen b1, then black found rook a1, queen a1, queen d7, queen e5 was played, rook d4, and rook takes a5, with last move being played, rook d2. So still a little bit of accuracy is required from white, although I don't expect Nakpoeva to lose this one. Well, just she has to play a couple of precise defensive moves, and that's going to be, well, queen e4. I don't know if it's possible, but seems just all right. Yeah, queen e4, and I don't know if black has, well, black has a check here, so it's actual fact it's a tricky one. You're right. So, okay, white can start with a check, then king h7, check on e4, but and then black has f5. It's much less clear. So still some problems with white, but objectively speaking that has to be a draw. Queen e5 and rook a5 and rook d2. So that's a resulting position after a time trouble stage in a game of Gulishan Nakhtbaeva with Katerina Lagno, and Gulishan just played rook b5 here. Well, it has to be said that's well, one of the really crucial games, because that's gonna give us an answer who's going to be second, because at the moment Bella Tenashvili is placed clear second, and if Katerina Lagno wins, then they're going to be equal in points, and I don't know what happens as for the tie break, but I'm pretty sure the Grand Prix points, and that is much more important, the Grand Prix points going to be split. Then unlucky Harika Dronovali, after such a nice display, she finished with not such a successful play, losing against, losing 2 of her last 4 games here. And okay, she's dropping to place 4, I guess, or second or third, 4th place. Well, and of course still in progress is a game between Olga Giri and Hampi Koneru, but Koneru is already a winner of a Tashkent Grand Prix leg here, and as well, we don't expect her to lose here anymore. Yeah, once again there is an option to play rook d6 for white, but then black has rook b8, and still this resulting position, while objectively being probably equal, still is somewhat unpleasant for white, so white has to be careful. Yeah, rook d2 for example, rook b2, and okay, in case of careless h3 for example, knight c4 already wins for black, because black just gonna take c2. Yes, white have to play rook e2 instead. Rook e2, knight d4, well, still it has to be draw of course, but just a little bit of precision required from white. And if we speak about the position of Gulistan, yeah, it seems to be easy draw, but still, after seeing what Muminova did yesterday, I'm not sure what to expect. Yeah, actually rook p5, I like this move, because for instance check and then taking a3 just fails because of check and queen a5 when white is mating actually. Okay, so rook b5, black played f7, f6, but still say something like queen f5 should be enough to achieve a draw. Not sure about other moves. Okay, there is a possibility to weave a check, but then after king h7 it's not that easy, so I guess queen f5 has to be played. Still waiting for Gulistan Nakhtbaeva to make the move. And the same applies to Olga Kiria, so they got an increment, and they may have a bit of a thought then. f6. Yeah, it's hard to imagine white losing this one anyway. Yeah, queen f5 seems to be decent move. So I'm just trying to figure out, okay, queen c7 is a bit tricky, so defending b8 for example, and intending rook t1 check. But yeah, I'm not sure if after rook c5 black has something, because okay, this check is answered with king f. Yeah, king f2, and yeah, hard to say. Okay, queen d4 for example, king h2. Yeah, queen d4, king h2, and still hard to make progress with black. Ah well, it's not that easy. Pardon me. Yeah, queen d6. Yeah, check, and then check on d1. Sorry, king g1, check on d1. So queen f5 then is not good. Well, yeah, once again, will repeat my sentence about white, who has to be careful here. So d6 has to be defended then, so that means queen c5 is the move actually. But then it's still somehow inconvenient as black can play king h. Now king h7, it's an exchange of... yeah, that's tricky for both players. No, but still enough room to make a mistake. Then, as I said, queen f5 for instance, then it's check and looks like it's done. Yeah, right. This queen d6, king g1, rook d1, king f2, and okay, it's very close to be over then. Yeah, rather complicated that is. Queen f5 and... oh, sorry, f6 and Gulishan by way thinking. So a bit of a pause we have here. And okay, let's maybe step back a little bit in this game as well. Yeah, I don't know if everybody seen what happened in during the time trouble, and especially I'd like to refer to this moment once again. Queen e4, rook f2, and yeah, and white come up with a exchange sacrifice. Okay, of course cannot be taken when it's mate on b8, but black could have won in a couple of moves. Rook g2, king g1. Of course rook cannot be taken because after taking on g2 black just takes the rook. Okay, so rook g2, king h1, that I believe what was planned by Gulishan Nakbaeva. So king h1, and here rook e2 would have won, because okay, queen is in danger. Rook a1 is a threat, so white practically has no move but queen b1, and then rook a1 seems to win for black, because after queen takes, queen d7, there are too many targets. Okay, that's simply the king is too weak, so there are a couple of checks here, but then after, sorry, I have to check here, and then the g6, maybe queen f1 is still possible, but somehow it looks... no, it's then nice maneuver, this one. Check on c5, check on d5, so queen is climbing the stairs and eventually ends up with rook e1. So that's what could have happened in case of black would find the correct rook g2. Black took on f4, then queen, rook f4, queen f4, queen b1, yeah, sorry, so I said queen f4, but then it will be a bit different position, although not clear if it was a worse or better case. Queen b1, rook a1 takes, queen d7, queen e5, rook d4, take, rook d2, rook b5, and here we are, f6, queen c5 was the last move of Gulishan Nakbaeva. Yeah, okay, black also has to be a bit careful about his king, because after rook b8 and some diagonal check, black's king is as well not perfectly safe. Well, meanwhile, switching to Olga Gira with some piconero, so rook d6 was played in actual fact. And I just spotted maybe rook d6 in fact is inferior, because apart from rook b8 there is rook c8, which might be much better. So knight is hanging. If knight is moved, then it's knight e3 with the check, so black is happy, and then if rook d3, then it's a check on c2. So that will be a surprise if Hampi eventually gonna win this one. Yeah, because this is fairly unpleasant. I mean, by force black is winning pawn at least, I guess. So king h3, for example, is met with h5, threatening g5, threatening knight f3. Yeah, too many threats here. Yeah, rook c8 was just played. Yeah, and there isn't any option to defend the knight here. I mean, in case of bishop a4, for example, it's simply rook c2 and take on e3, which is, well, eventually winning, I guess. Yes, so rook c8. Well, white is forced to take d1, actually. Yeah, it looks almost forced to take on d1, and then take on d1 and then go to h3. But after h5, I don't know if there's anything white can do, because knight g4 is the threat, knight f3 is just the other one, and g5 as well. So rook e1 doesn't work because of knight f3. Rook e2 is met with a fork on g1. Yeah, I'm not sure if knight d4 is not better after all. Knight d4 perhaps, at least white may still have some chances for a counterattack, but still it's hard to find a place for the king. King f2, yes, I won't be surprised if Humpy's gonna win this one eventually. She had slightly worse a position, maybe even much worse, but she managed to defend, and then when it comes to a counterattack she won't lose her chance, I believe. So switching back to Gulistan Akbayeva's game. No moves from Lucknow so far. So we better stay in this one. Well, no, I guess actually Katerina Lucknow played the move queen c5, and well, queen e6 was played. Queen e6. Still, it's hard to point out a threat. So there is a fair chance white just can play a3, a4. Because, well, yeah, white seems to, well, to keep all the dark squares at the moment. Ah, well, queen e4 is what black intends to play, actually. a4, queen e4, attacking g2, and a4 as well. Still not falling under any checks here. So what white really needs is to change queens, after which, of course, even 2 versus 3 is simply nothing. And okay, rook b4 was the move white played. So intending queen c4, intending maybe to bring the rook to f4, f2, just to defend the king safely. So rook b4, and Olga Gira just played rook takes d1. I'm not sure if she's gonna manage to escape this one, because it comes to rook takes c2 check. Olga Gira is thinking, but it might appear just to be too late. Yeah, well, king h3 is strictly only move, and then after h5 it looks done, actually. h5 supporting not only knight f3 but knight g4, and sometimes g5 might be the case. Yeah, looks pretty scary for white, I have to say. Yeah, with such a exposed king, it's practically over. Yeah, thought that's gonna be quite a convincing performance from from Humpy Canero. So not only the first place, but well, 1.5 point in front of the others. So really impressive her play was in this tournament. Well, Olga Gira spends her time as well, but well, I'm not sure if it's not too late to look for improvements. And still, Katerina Lucknow will try to find all the chances against Gulistan Akbayeva to tie for a second. Well, rook b4. Well, I don't know if there is any chance for black. Then white covers all the dark squares on this diagonal. So basically it can be any mating threats, and as well black can't leave too far with the queen, because white's gonna have a mating attack with check on b8 and then followed by check on f5. Rook b4, perhaps some move like king h7 has to be tried. I mean, just to try to confuse white. But I don't see how to progress after, say, rook f4. Well, perhaps there is something like queen a2 here. But still rook g4 and no threats, and queen f5 becomes a threat. No, it just has to be equal. Rook b4, and objectively doesn't have to be any chances. Well, rook c2. Back to Gira with Canero, rook c2, but answered with king f1. It means, okay, pawn up for black, and of course very good chances. So black may consider to play knight g4, but even simple rook h2 taking the pawn should be enough, because, well, still the king is cut, both pawns are weak. Well, I don't think white going to escape this one. Well, perhaps bishop e2 is something which is playable, but then white can hardly move after king e7, for example. Yes, and especially taking into account it's a last time control, there won't be any additional time, but just an increment of 30 seconds, and to play such a position of 30 seconds is almost, well, it's almost a desperate task. So king f1, and then, well, knight g4, which might be tempting. Maybe it's not the best, because white at least gonna give a check here, maybe. Well, so it's not that easy at all then. Check, and there isn't king g6 because of bishop d3, so maybe that's a trap actually Olga Gia is hoping for, but rook h2 of course has to be played. And okay, even this endgame I'm not sure if it's a draw. Check, and 3 versus 2 with the knight. And then king is coming. Yeah, even this one is a bit of a danger for white. And of course rook h1 is not the only move to play here. So meanwhile 2 more moves in Nakpayeva with Slaganov. King h7, a4 played Kulisan Nakpayeva, not hesitating to move a pawn a bit further. Yeah, that's right. This way queen is not moving because of queen f5, and it's at least a perpetual for white. Yeah, it's a question if white has more than perpetual. King g8. Yeah, of course g6 is bad because of check there, and okay, that's it. But king g8, check, king g8, rook b8, king f7 probably still a draw. Although it's not so nice to have this king here on d7. Yeah, after check, g6. No, it's not a draw anymore. Okay, check. Check on b7. No, black can't even think of playing like that. a4, and it seems like black cannot improve the position anymore. When meanwhile Humpy takes the pawn on h2, exactly what we mentioned. Rook takes h2. Yeah, it's pretty hard task for Olga Giria, because now knight g4 becomes a real threat to win another pawn. Well, looks pretty bad for white, this one. So, overall, very good performance, of course, from Hampi Canero, pretty much convincing. And surprisingly, Bella Hodenas really managed to finish with a nice score, and, well, actually her second place here, even shared second, will assure her a very good overall result in the Grand Prix. Well, still I'm not sure if there is any chance for black in Lucknovis Nakpaeva. Looks almost even chance. But, well, for Olga Giria, well, it really looks depressed if it has to defend this position. Okay, she just played the move rook d4 it was. While Hampi's thinking, but she has enough time, so that's most important in this position. If you can allow yourself not to be in a hurry. So the overall plan has to be connected probably with activation of the king, so I don't see much of ideas without the king here, so something like king f7, king g6 maybe. So it's a question if black has to play h5 or not. If black manages to bring the king somewhere to those pawns, it definitely has to be winning. So king, I don't know, e7 or f7, maybe king f7, king g6. It's just the way to play. So Katerina Lagno made the move finally, f6, f5. So Katerina played f5, and assuring there won't be any checks on this diagonal. But well, white has, yeah, I thought rook f4, but then black has rook d5 at least. White has a nice option of rook b5. Of course, g6 is not an option. This check leads nowhere. So yeah, there is no way to defend this pawn. Yeah, it seems so. Okay, well, black can play check and rook f2, but still no threats. Yeah, but so white has no threats here. Yeah, it has to be equal in many ways, but rook f5 seems to be precise, and at queen g6, white of course will take on f5, and when, well, after king h1, there is no mate with the queen because the queen is pinned. So white is just okay. Then f5, and seems like either of these moves has to be enough, rook f4 or rook b5. Don't know if there is anything else, because actually queen g6 becomes a threat, so I just understood that. Yeah, black is threatening queen g6 actually, but white has no options to defend g2. Yeah, then might be just an only move, one of those two, rook b5 or rook f4. Well, but once again to Gira with Conero. Conero is still thinking, I guess. Yeah, so, well, it's hard to imagine what to do for white in this position. So white just has to wait calmly. And okay, it may last as long as black wants normally, because white can't do anything about changing the position. Then just king f7, king g6, f5. And now maybe to bring this rook back, I'm not sure. So maybe rook b2, but then of course white will return bishop to e2 and at least will be able to lift the king from the first rank. So maybe white, maybe black doesn't have to move the rook. No, it seems at the moment seems much more interesting in a game of Nakpayeva, because if she won't gonna find, if she's won't gonna find the way how to proceed, it might be just, well, another disappointing loss from a equal position. Already she takes the last place, but well, at least scoring one more draw will be a bit of a sweetness in this bitter note of last place. So at least not losing the last game then. Well, f5. Actually, if we check the results, I guess, well, so those are placed Nakpayeva the last, then 11th goes to Muminova, and I'm afraid the next world champion Stefanova takes 10th, with the rest being not clear. Well, I beg your pardon, but it looks like we're supposed to have a technical break, and don't know if we are coming back soon, because, well, there might be, those games might be just finished during this, so we're gonna have a technical break of something about 20 minutes. That's what we've been taught here. So, apologize for that, but we have to have a break and then we are coming back. Well, for those who are still online, we are coming back to a live coverage, and I have to apologize for a delay due to technical and even I'll name it security reasons. So only one game is still in progress, in a game between Olga Gira and Hampi Conero. So Hampi, while already a winner of this tournament, well, continues to try to overplay Olga Gira. Well, we missed a lot from this game, so I'll try to restore it quickly. At some point it was, well, it seemed to me like Black's gonna win easily. H5, hope you can see the board. Bishop E2, G6, Rook A4. Yeah, perhaps this H5 already was a bit of a miss, because I think Black could have returned the Rook back to 6th rank just to keep everything defended. Well, so anyway, Rook A4. So then Black is attacked from a file, and it's maybe hard for Black to make a progress. So G6, Rook A4, King G7, Rook A6, then G5, which I had to say is I have to say a bit of a surprise. So still that was possible to return the Rook back, and then speculating on the Rook's exchange, because I assume it has to be winning after the Rook exchange here. Well, Black could have tried a little bit more. Black played G5, and well, Rook A7 check, King G6, Rook A8, Rook A8. So G4 was the move of Hampi Conero. Well, and of course a responsible decision, because now you can't really create an H pawn, but just a G pawn, which is closer to the king. Rook A4, King G5, Rook A8, H4, H4, check, King F5, G takes H4, and somehow Black can't manage her king to E4, so Rook takes H4, King G2, King E6. Yeah, and then it's hard to win already. Bishop F1. No, sorry, King G3 first. King G3, check on H3, King F4, King F7. Well, so already, well, I'm not sure, but it might be actually a draw. Simple Rook takes G4, but of course not needed. So King F7, Rook C8, G3, Bishop F1, Rook H1, Bishop G2, Rook E1, Rook C3. And well, and Hampi shows us her stubbornness, still playing this position, but of course after she lost G pawn it must be over. And okay, and after Bishop F3, Rook F1, Bishop G2, Rook E1, eventually they've repeated the moves, so I have to note that Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent is over. It's over with the victory of Hampi Conero, quite a convincing one, still 1 point ahead all of entire field. And well, we're gonna have a last press conference of this event in a couple of minutes. And thank you very much for an attention here, and bye bye.
Tournament. Here with us is the winner of the tournament, Hampi Canero, and her today's opponent, Olga Giria. They finished with a draw, quite a long game. Please, Hampi, tell us what was your plan for this game? Didn't you want just to finish with a draw?
Yeah, I just want to play normally with black. So okay, I haven't played this before, so I just tried something new which I haven't played. I think opening was okay. I was doing fine. But probably at some point, I don't know, I gave
94 was the mistake.
Sorry?
94?
Yeah, 94 was the mistake. At first I thought of playing King F7, Rook D6, Knight D7,
94.
Knight D4. Yeah, this position I'm not sure what to do, so I'm a bit afraid of this, so I went for Knight E4, but I need to check this position carefully. I don't know. Rook C8, yeah, Rook C8. Yeah, Rook C8, Bishop H3. Okay, still I have King E7. Yeah, this I missed.
If you get rid from this rook, so
Yeah,
6 rank
yeah.
is perfectly safe.
Bishop C6, I can just move the knight.
King E7?
King E7, Bishop D7. Yeah, this is what I saw during the game. If I move, I want to go B5. But okay, this should be...
Rook B8 with King E7.
Yeah, threatening King E7. Yeah, it should be okay. Somehow I missed...
F4 here.
Okay.
Some chances.
Okay, it's not that easy. Okay, I'll just... I think this is clearly better for white, and here
Yes.
probably black needs to take on B6
Yes.
at some point. So
Okay.
instead of E3 maybe. Take on B6
Okay, after
at some point.
E3 it's okay too.
Yeah, E3
to
and BD5 at some point, it's working, I think, for white. And this, I think my opponent missed this knight A6 move.
Yes, of course.
Here, if C6, I will go Rook C8. This was important, I think, because knight B4, sorry, Rook D7 can be played. Take check and take on A2 B7. It's very dangerous, so I'll play
Yes, but
Rook C8 simple. Yeah. Okay, this is more or less bit okay for black, and my opponent played Bishop D3 is the right move. Yeah, Bishop D3 is the right move. Okay, this is slightly better, but
I was so upset after that.
yeah, I should have pressed much more better. Probably something like rook check and come shifting to this side. Okay, I can try much more better,
Okay,
but I just played for some traps, but it did not.
For me, it is a good.
Yeah, because it was a trick. King, I missed this at first side. King G3, Rook H3,
King G2.
If I take on G4,
yes,
etc. So I missed this at first sight, so I entered into this, and here it was BG4 is losing. Like I'm having Rook H4,
Rook H4,
King G3,
and Rook H1.
H6.
Oh, no, Rook H6.
Rook H6.
The same.
Okay, it's losing. But okay, here at least I should play Rook H2, I guess. But anyway, it should be equal. Yeah.
So please tell us about your experience in this tournament. Beside your, of course, victory, what was your?
Yeah, okay. I had a mixed kind of results. Like some games I played very well, and in few games I missed very simple moves where I was clearly winning. But okay, overall I'm happy that I won the tournament.
And what do you think about this place, the city?
Well, I haven't seen anything here, so I was just concentrating on my tournament. But it was a nice country. I had Indian food every day, and people are very like friendly. So it was nice. I never felt like I have been visiting some foreign country because I see a lot of Indians around, and it's nice to be here.
Yeah, actually, another players who don't speak Russian also, not just that there is many many nice people around.
Yeah.
So people are friendly here to you and to other participants. Olga, what about you? Do you like this place?
Yes, of course.
I think you got one new friend here. Did you? I mean, Nafisa.
Okay, but we.
But you didn't know her before.
Yes, yes. No, I did.
You knew her before. From which tournament?
From World Junior
Junior.
Championships.
Okay. So well, again, congratulations. And okay, I will not take your time more because now will be closing ceremony. Может быть, у кого-то есть вопросы? Any questions? To the winner?
А закрытие-то?
Закрытие
Мы
вроде уже
успеем
сейчас.
сходить домой, нет? Или уже нет?
Скорее всего, наверное, да.
Уже не надо, да? идти?